Hey everybody, welcome back to Lunchtime with Fanng. I am your host, Fanng, and I fixed the game capture. Woohoo! Oh, thank goodness. Hopefully it stays fixed. I would love for this to stay fixed, then I don't have to worry about it anymore. I mean, it's not my luck in life, but we'll see. Whoa! Doggy, you showed up in nowhere again. Ah, so dramatic. One second. Ah. Anyway, sorry I'm late. That's why I was late. I was fixing game capture. So welcome aboard. Happy lunchtime to all. Let me think. There's a trick to this. Because I left off with the smuggler slash mercenary quest. And this is one of those decisions that matters. So, or it seems to matter, at least according to Dragon's Keep. Or Dragon Age Keep. So if I go... So onto the smuggler... I forgot which one of the smugglers. Okay, I think I want to do. Also, by a trick to it is you'll see what I'm about to do. I did some basic analytics research about this game. You know, find out what max level there is and how to obtain max level. You can't. Max level's technically 50, but the highest you can ever get is like about 25, apparently. Because of how they designed the game, so there's evidently no way to make max level. So I want to befriend you, or befriend you. You want me to shake down. And you want me to kill someone. Wait, what? Where's this guy? Oh, he's right over here. You know what? I'm making a big deal over 2 gold. I'm not gonna worry about it. Okay. I think I need to talk to him first.
So you're Hawk, the nephew. Your uncle talked up a storm about you. He better not be blowing more smoke out his ass.
Probably is. See, I'm mercenary.
Know more about you first.
Right. You're not a master like your uncle. The Red Iron is well known in these parts. We pick who we work for, keep our noses clean. But anyone screws with us, we mess them up. Makes sense.
Makes sense. I never pictured myself as the mercenary type.
She doesn't like that. You're paying a lot of money.
Into the city will take a lot of coin.
Did I mention the Red Iron gets paid pretty well? Not to mention your uncle said your sister's a mage. We're willing to pay for that.
Oh. You know she's a mage.
Apparently Uncle Gamlen likes to talk.
You stick with us. You'll be safe. For the year, at least.
Okay. How do you know Gamlen?
My uncle doesn't seem the sort to hang out with mercenaries.
He doesn't. Gamlen cheated one of my men at a wallop match. You turn out, we'll call it even.
Oh.
I'm ready to prove myself.
Noble bastard named Friedrich is here in the gallows. Gave us bad info. Almost killed my men. Now he's hiding out here, waiting for a ship. He sees us coming, he'll run for sure. But he doesn't know you. Go kill him and his men. We'll make sure no one asks why.
That's the thing, you can kind of talk to both of them. Athenril.
Are you a Fanng?
Sorry, Athenril.
Gamlen's nephew. Interesting. I don't know what he told you about us, but he certainly told us a great deal about you.
He didn't say anything about me, did he?
Enough to pique our interest, provided you can justify your uncle's confidence.
Okay. Dear smuggler.
I'd like to know more about what we'd be doing for you.
I can be honest. We don't compete with the Thieves Guild, but we keep our fingers in a lot of pots. That said, we're not killers or slavers. Anything short of that, however, is fair game.
Do what you want, but this sounds fishy to me. We can't afford to be choosy.
You're offering a lot for
Here,
us.
getting us into the city isn't cheap.
If you're as good as your uncle claims, we're hoping you'll be worth it. After all, it's not every day we're offered an apostate's services.
Does
Told you
everyone
to.
know about us?
If the circle hasn't descended, my guess is no. The Templars in Kirkwall like to think they have all mages properly leashed, but when has that ever been true? We can keep them from taking notice while you're with us. Wouldn't be the first time.
How do you know Gamlen?
Did you get to be one of my uncle's contacts?
Is that what he calls me? He owes us after that last big idea. If you turn out, though, we'll consider things even.
We'll do whatever it
Tell me what you
takes.
need done.
There's a merchant named Cavril, friend of the Templars, so they let him set up his little shop here in the gallows. We supplied him in return for a piece of the take, but now he won't pay up. We can't go near him without him screaming for the guard, but you can. Get our money from him and you're in.
Alright. I've talked to both. Get her coin from Cavril or Find and kill Lord Friedrich in the gallows courtyard.
Hey there! What are you doing with that?
Back away from it, friend. Now.
I did it with him right there in front of me.
Wait. This is a Fenrir's doing, isn't it? You can tell that bitch I'm going straight to the guard again.
Evelyn.
Care to step in here?
Only because this toad deserves it. You have a choice.
Whoa.
Pay, or I beat it out of you.
Ash.
Your men.
Hey!
Stay back. Just take what's in the chest. Take it all. Now I'm getting out of here. Let those guards find someone else to buy Dogland junk.
Good. You weren't selling anything to me anyway. Take all. See, you do that, you get friendship. You let them do it their way, and yay! They're happy. I had to talk to what's-his-face over here, though, because,
You could have given us something more.
it makes him mad.
Will you look at that? Tell your uncle we'll make the arrangements. Welcome aboard.
I leveled up by threatening a guy. Yeah. I gained experience. Intimidation experience. Okay. We're going with the smugglers. That's right, I'm going health tank. I need to boost strength. Does this boost my ability to boost my attack, my likelihood to hit? Look at that. It goes up 2%, and then 1%. It goes up so little. How much does it go if I put one more? Oh, 2%. Okay, so it raises it about a 1.5% each time, it seems. That explains why it jumps 2 and then goes 1, then jumps 2. Each additional point I put in above 10 bumps up my fortitude 1. Let's see. Measures resistance to effects. Okay. I don't know how much it measures my resistance to those effects, but it does. Let's see. My damage only goes up on the even ones. So I gotta keep putting 2 in at a time. In the meantime, every 1 point in Constitution bumps my health up by 5 points. Oh yeah, you can only get like 25 of these as well. 25 points. So you need about 12 to max out one of them. So if I max out two-handed and also Vanguard, that'd be it. That's all I could do. Not gonna sword and board right now. Destroyer. I know that enemies suffer more pain when fighting the warrior than they would fighting anyone else. Damage resistance 90% versus warrior's basic attacks. Enemy damage resistance 50% versus critical hits. So, plus 10% more crit chance, which means between... Wait a minute. What? Is this the only one that boosts it? I thought there was more. Oh. Huh. That gives me plus 10%. I'd have 10% crit chance. This would give me 20% crit chance. Well, this would give me plus 25% crit damage. What? Oh, it's death blow. Wait, no. Close the weak in most cases when... So, okay. A lot of these are looking familiar now all of a sudden. I never recognized them when I first played this game. That's because I never played Awakening. They were testing a lot of these in Awakening. Interesting. I thought there was another ability that gave me increased crit chance. Is it literally just one? Am I going to be running around with 10% crit chance? Yeah, that looks like it. That looks like what I'm going to be doing. No. Yep. 10% crit chance. I mean, the other one gives me plus 10% crit chance as well. So the max I could possibly get is 20% crit chance. I need to give her stamina because she gets a lot of abilities that cut down on her percentage of she has a lot of sustained abilities that take up a ton of stamina. Weapon and shield. Immune to flanking. Ooh, that's good. That'll keep her alive a lot longer as well.
Any luck?
Was there ever any doubt?
I'll speak to a Thenril and see when the bribes can be made. Wait here.
Then we made it. The voyage is over.
Let's not do that again.
We're running for our lives unless we really have to.
If only Carver were here with us. And Wesley.
Well, we're off to a fantastic start. Let's see what else this city has in store.
Ever the optimist I am.
Thus began the champion's first year in Kirkwall. Word arrived from across the sea that the hero of Ferelden had defeated the Blight.
Me!
Lothering was destroyed.
Aww.
Kirkwall was the champion's home now. So he remained, paying off his debt, made a name for himself in the underworld. It was a busy year in the city. That's when the Qunari landed. A great storm had caught their ship and left hundreds of warriors stranded in the city, waiting to return home. That's also when the trouble began with the mages. The Templars had become very powerful under Knight Commander Meredith. But, most importantly, that's when I first met the champion.
Oh, dang it. Okay, remember, as soon as we get control back, I have to reinstate subtitles. In case you can't guess, I think that was Knight Commander Meredith.
No. Andraste's tits, human. You know how many people want to hire onto this expedition?
But we heard you're going into the deep roads. Surely you'll need all the help you can...
No. You're too late. Already done. This is a sort of venture that can make a man for life. I'm not about to take any chances hiring random humans.
Get to know us, Bertrand.
I'll buy you a drink before we head into the deep roads. Everyone wins.
Get in line, human. Half of Kirkwall wants to be my best friend right now.
Ah.
You're looking for a quick way out of the slums, right? You and every other Ferelden in this dump. Find another meal ticket.
What are we supposed to do now? We've got nothing to stop the next person who tries to sell us out. This expedition was our last chance.
Oh, don't cry. Just relax.
Don't worry, Bethany. I won't let any big bad Templars come get you.
It's not a joke. If the Templars find me, the best I can hope is to be locked away for the rest of my life. If they don't kill me outright. We need coin, status, something we can hide behind. As long as we're just refugees, we're no one. Maybe Gamlen knows someone who can talk to Bartram for us.
Well, that might work.
He always seems to know what's going on.
We might as well ask. Otherwise, I don't know what we'll do.
I forgot. I can't just constantly joke around. I have to bounce around on these because it affects how different people affect me.
Hey!
Smart of me. I checked it immediately. Nice! Varric!
I knew a guy once who could take every coin out of your pockets just by smiling at you. But you don't have the style to work Hightown, let alone the Merchants Guild. Might want to find yourself a new line of work. Off you go.
That was pretty impressive.
How do you do? Varric Tethras, at your service. I apologize for Bartrand. He wouldn't know an opportunity if it hit him square in the jaw.
But you would?
I would. What my brother doesn't realize is that we need someone like you. He would never admit it either. He's too proud. I, however, am quite practical.
Ah, Varric, my best friend. My new best buddy. Are you in the expedition?
Bartrand's venture.
That's right. The deep roads wouldn't normally be my thing, but I can't allow the head of our family to go down there alone. So as you might imagine, I have more than a passing interest in this expedition's success.
I can tell.
What makes you so certain we can help? You know nothing about us.
Oh, on the contrary, you've made quite the name for yourself over the last year. The coterie has been squeezing smugglers out left and right, and the only group to survive owes it all to you two. The name Hawk is on many lips these days. Not bad for a Ferelden fresh off the boat.
What about Bethany?
You must have heard of my sister as well, then.
Only a little. She is certainly welcome to come, but I'll leave that up to you.
Frankly, I'd rather you take the credit.
Madam, your secrets are safe with me.
Find out what he's offering. We need a way into this expedition.
Well, you're a little too smooth.
You're going awfully far out of your way just to hire another guard.
You actually have to be humorous with him.
Hireling, we need a partner. The truth is, Bartrand's been tearing his beard out trying to fund this on his own, but he can't do it. Invest in the expedition. 50 sovereigns and he can't refuse. Not with me there to vouch for you.
We'll share the profits?
Your brother doesn't seem like the sort who's willing to split profits.
My brother is many things, but he is not stupid. Far better to share the profits than be trapped in a tide with 1,000 darkspawn between you and the exit. Trust me, he'll come around.
And you'd vouch for
Why
me.
would you stick your neck out for a complete stranger?
I'd rather take a chance on someone with your reputation than head into the deep roads unprepared. And besides, we'd be your partners. I'm willing to give a little trust if you are.
Well, that's your big
I
plan.
hope there's more to this, like how I'm supposed to get that much coin together.
You need to think big. There's only a brief window after a blight when the deep roads won't be crawling with darkspawn. The treasure you find down there could set you and your family up for life.
It won't be easy, but it's a chance. I think we have to take it. Better to work our way into this expedition than sit around waiting to be thrown in the gallows.
We work together, you and I, and before you know it, you'll have all the capital you need. What do you say?
Well, it seems like a long shot.
Nothing down there except darkspawn and rubble. How can you be sure we'll make a profit?
Well, Bartrand isn't grasping at strings. He's operating on some good information. Some of the deep roads are so old, even the dwarves have forgotten them. We just need to get down there. Then Bartrand will lead the way. You and I will be there to handle problems.
How could you help me?
So certain you'll be useful to me.
I know everyone in this city worth knowing. I can help you find the jobs you need, and if you don't need me for that, there's always Bianca.
Bianca.
You named your crossbow.
And why not? She's a beauty. Isn't that right, sweetheart?
Good old Bianca. And I'm supposed to trust you?
Stop you from taking my investment and running.
You'll be traveling with the expedition, and I'll be at your side. If I cross you, you'll be the first one to know, and I'll be the last.
I don't know about
You're
this.
asking me to take a lot on faith.
You're asking for a guarantee? I don't know that I can give you one. Look, I know the Templars have been asking questions. How terrible would it be to get out of the city for a while? If this works out, you'll be wealthy enough that the Order won't be able to touch you.
This is where it also gets complicated.
Your help. We need each other. I can't make it sound better than that.
Why not?
It's not like I had anything better planned.
Perfect. Kirkwall's crawling with work. You set aside some coin from every job and you'll have the money in no time.
Maybe Aveline can find us some work. She's got a position with the city guard now.
We should talk privately when you get the chance. In the Hanged Man, maybe. I'll be there when I'm not with you.
Okay.
Now, let's go see what trouble we can stir up.
They had to say that because he's now my companion.
Where the rich go to piss their money away. This really is the best place in Kirkwall.
Okay, so this is where it gets complicated. Well, not right now. It will when I get done with getting the 50 sovereigns. But the first real big decision, I mean big decision, is do I bring Bethany or do I not? And if I bring her, I have to bring someone else, too. There's a pairing I have to bring. Otherwise, like, she just... It gets all bad. All kinds of bad. But if I leave her behind, that's also not good. So it's like, which bitter pill do I want to swallow? Let's see. I'm raising up a rogue. He needs damage and attack values. Cunning is defense for all classes and critical hit damage. So crit damage. Aptitude for picking locks. With difficulty thresholds every 10 points. Okay, I've got to get... He's got good dexterity. I'm going to boost his cunning because I need to get that next threshold. Right now, he can only do easy. Marksman. Wait, where is it? There's also, there's Marksman. It's pretty tricky to go there, but, yep, Bianca. This is actually just crossbow, but he specializes in Bianca herself. Itself. It's a crossbow. It's just a crossbow. Let's see. His friendship offers us attack speed and dodge chance. Both plus 5%. He gets faster. So one of these days, Varric will tell your story. He gets plus 5% attack speed and 5% dodge chance. Or one of these days, Varric will tell your story, whether you like it or not. Stealth chance. I like how they recognize, yes, the, authorized biographer, unauthorized biographer. They acknowledge that, yes, he is telling the story, and he's also here. Stealth chance, 5% when Varric takes damage. So either way, it's the ability to avoid being hurt. But this also lets him hurt more as well as avoid being hurt. What else does he get? He gets a lot of cool stuff. I mean, this is one where you start going, okay, yeah, he gets this, and also this? Wait a minute. Here we go. I thought that looked like too few. Bursting arrow would give him... This arrow explodes on impact, showering the area in shrapnel and flame. Fire! That's pretty good damage. I'm not gonna lie, that's some pretty good damage. Yeah, more magic and more willpower. This will make her basically a mage tank. A tank in regard to magic alone. And more willpower. Confirm. You know what? I should be fine without taking a healer just yet. I should be able to get a healer soon. I want to go with... No. I have nothing that can take advantage of Brittle yet. I will be able to take advantage of Brittle, just not yet. What's this? Elemental weapons. Ooh. Based on staff type for all party members. So that's elemental damage. It doesn't say how much elemental damage though. Spells active, caster staff channels its base elemental power. Okay. Which is... I'm gonna have to look at that one. That's complicated. But let's boost her Stunning Blast for now. You're selecting an upgrade. Upgrades give existing abilities new effects and or improved properties. Okay, so this, for instance, does cold damage, right? I like that quote-unquote imported circle staff. So this does cold damage, which makes it so she can... So that means she'd be distributing 7 cold damage, because it's 7 cold damage. So 7 cold damage across all of us. And since it's currently 3 of us in the party, that would be 21 cold damage as we continue per attack, per each of our attacks. So, I mean, I say that. 7 per each of our attacks, but there's 3 of us attacking. Which way do I want to go? Over here is... Bodan!
Bodan Feddick, purveyor of goods both common and rare, at your service. And this is my son Sandal, who is as brilliant an enchanter as you'll ever find. Say hello to
Sandal!
Hello.
Hello, Sandal.
Opening your expedition and providing the needed supplies.
What's up, buddy?
Isn't it?
I'm all a tremble.
Thought of adventure does make me giddy.
A kindred
But I digress. Do you wish to peruse my wares, or perhaps make use of Sandal's unique talents? Enchantment?
Enchantment?
So,
Just so. Your
I
son's an
thought all
enchanter?
enchanters were mages.
Enchantment?
at all. The fabled dwarven resistance to magic has allowed enchantment of crafts for countless ages. Granted, most dwarven smiths must work for many, many years to learn the skill. But my boy is a natural, a savant beyond compare. I like enchantment.
Stop scratching your butt. I like. Aww. I like enchantment. He's a good guy. He's a good kid.
You two don't seem the sort to hire onto this expedition.
My son and I have never played it safe. Never captured a tried and true rose. In fact, we have just returned from adventures while accompanying the hero of Ferelden, legendary Grey Warden and Vanquisher of the Blight.
You did, didn't you? Aw, thanks for mentioning me, dude.
So you
Appreciate
helped
it.
defeat the blight.
In our small way, perhaps. We did not fight at the Grey Warden's side, of course. The hero of Ferelden is a fine man. After all his accomplishments, may he find even greater success. But surely my past is hardly of interest to the likes of you.
Hey, that was interesting. Plus, I know you. Why would I not let one know about that? I have nothing to enchant with. Let's go with this.
By all means, feel free to peruse my wares whenever you wish.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. I click on this to do that. I can't afford anything. What do I have equipped? Well, I have no junk. I should hold on to these, because I need to hold on to one of each damage type so I can alternate the damage of her elemental weapons when I get that. Gonna wait before selling some of these, but I remember that her previous sword was better than the Landsman's Cudgel. So I can sell that. And that. Field armor. Hold up. They made doing the inventory a lot faster. I like that. That's a good adjustment. Hold on to these before I can compare to Aveline's shield. The smuggled Ferelden blade. I will be selling that. Because my quote-unquote imported Antivan blade is better. I can't exactly see what number of stars it is. 2 stars. Sell that, and sell that. Okay, cool. I think I'm only gonna have one. Okay, so the Ferelden Soldier's Shield and Reinforced Shield I can sell because this one's better. Armor, I need to check on the armor. Pretty sure all my default armor is better than the armor I was carrying. Yep, 58. So the Smuggler's Plate and Mail is better than this Ferelden Field armor. 58 armor, plus 6 armor, plus 232 fire resistance. Why would they give me so much fire resistance? Okay. So that, because I'm the only one who can equip armor. I can't even buy potions? Man, I'm broke. I can barely rub 2 coppers together. check out this. Bianca, I have no runes.
What do you need, my good friend?
No. Wait. Yeah. Chanting?
Let's see what your son can do.
Enchantment!
He's so happy! I have no runes. But I love that.
Don't mind him, monsieur. Sandal's never been one for conversation.
I love how excited he is. Enchantment!
Don't mind him, monsieur. Sandal's never been one for conversation.
At least I sold my stuff. I'm glad I got rid of that. Enchantment! Should you now? Let's see. There's a quest over that way. Ooh, here we go. Hightown. At the height of the Tevinter Imperium's slave trade, Kirkwall's elite prospered beyond dreams of avarice. Hightown was built for the wealthiest slavers, its glitzy mansions rising atop a great wall of rock that borders on one side the waking sea. Lowtown cowered on its other side until Kirkwall's slaves rose to plunder and destroy Hightown's riches. Today, Hightown's prominent buildings are the Keep, home to the ruling Viscount, and the Chantry, home to the Grand Cleric, and the city's religious center. Both are converted estates that once housed wealthy magisters, rebuilt and converted after the uprising. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. Seriously, why was everyone always saying he was just sort of fanciful? That guy traveled everywhere and could write about everything. What's this way? Isn't this back to Bartrand? No, this comes down here. That's right, this is Robes by Jean. He's got a backpack! Ah, crud, I need 67 gold, or silver. Fortunately, it's only 67.37. So I should be able to afford that if I get more money.
Can we afford anything here?
Not yet, probably, but I'm gonna try. Hubert!
Ferelden Street rat. Are you here to waste my time, or do you actually have coin to spend?
What goods do you sell?
An armorer, a weaponsmith.
My stock is varied. What all my wares have in common, however, is quality. Only the best for my distinguished patrons. See for yourself.
I will. Ah, he has staves. Okay, some gloves. They're just gloves. I have Frozen field gloves equipped. Okay. As well as the boots. So I could get better gloves and boots. Wait, no. I couldn't get those gloves. Or those boots. I don't have enough magic. I forgot how they did balance everything price-wise. Dang. 21 gold. 21 sovereigns. I can't afford that. And once again, I can't afford potions. He has rune. I could get a rune, but I can't. Hola, Armory. I know it looks like I'm just browsing, but I'm actually looking for something specific. Because remember how I said that these guys can't equip stuff? They can't equip armor. That's why the stars disappear. But you can buy upgrades to the armor they wear. If you can find them. Let's look at these blades. I don't need daggers. It's not a bad well, nah, that's exactly the shield I have. That is a bad shield. This is a good shield, though. Holy cow, that's a great shield. It's a 5-star shield. Which, as the game goes on and I level up, the star ratings drop. That's something that happens as well.
Like you know your way around a weapon.
And they drop because as you go on, you actually become capable of...
Your brother very much.
And here I thought it took blood magic to read minds.
I had a twin brother, Carver. He used to nail my braid to the bed while I was sleeping.
Ha!
I never thought I'd miss him this much.
Sorry about your brother. Hey, you want mine? I got a spare.
That's a terrible prank. Think of the damage you do to the bed every time you nail it. Ah.
Ah, long time no see, my friend.
What if it isn't Worthy, the dwarf with the incredibly ironic name?
I only advertise the truth. You aren't still working for a Fanng, are you? Your year must be up by now.
Still trying to ferret out everyone's business, I see.
Of course. How else do you expect a dwarf to make a living? I'll tell you what. I still have my old contacts. You need some rune crafting done, I can arrange it for you. Take care, Hawk. Don't get dead.
Will do, buddy. Hawk has some friends, and they're pretty cool people. I can order runes. Ah, that's nice. Okay, this is what I meant when I kept talking about how crafting improves. You can order runes if you discover the right combination of resources along with a recipe. Resources you discovered are permanently available to craftsmen. Yep, that's what I mean. That's how it improves. I need to keep my eye out for all of these. There are sources. Lyrium, there's a lot of them, but you gotta try and find all of them because the really good stuff is very expensive and requires a lot of resources. Once you go out in the world and find a resource, it's found for good. So that's the first thing I need to do. I need to go around and... Wait, hold on.
Always a pleasure, Hawk.
Let's see. If I went this way, I'd leave the area. Sebastian. That name sounds familiar, but hold on. I see an up that looks familiar, but... Nope. Maybe later. There's gotta be a reason that balcony is there. Just nothing I can approach right now.
Just keeping the peace.
Good for you. I'm just running. Keeping the fit.
Nothing to see
There we go. Oh, there we go. Viscount's Keep, a friend in the guard. Right. And there's Sebastian, who has a quest for me. So I'm gonna talk to Sebastian first. I'm familiarizing myself with the street layouts. I'm gonna be doing a lot of running around in this city.
Stop.
That's where most of the game takes place.
Country cannot condone revenge, Sebastian.
It is my right, my duty, to show these assassins there is nowhere in the free marches to hide.
This is murder.
No. What happened to my family was murder.
Well said. Wow, that was impressive. The Chanter's Board.
And Andraste did say, those who harm a house of the Maker have done harm unto the Maker himself.
You okay?
Though the lands suffer 1,000 wrongs,
The Maker yet notices the smallest of deeds.
Okay, sounds like she's okay. Duty. A grave crime was committed against all free-thinking men and women in the Free Marches. The ruling Vale family in Starkhaven, my family, was brutally murdered, down to the youngest babe in arms. This massacre was carried out by members of the Flint Mercenary Company. I hereby offer a bounty on the head of each Flint Company soldier in the Kirkwall vicinity. Prince Sebastian Vale. I accept. I forget if he's a guy who can become a companion, but he seems like someone who can become a companion, right? He seemed like an important character, not just some sort of NPC. Gauntlets. Well, they're better than what I'm wearing. There we go. What's up here? I forgot, it doesn't like to tell me by ghosting over anymore. On my minimap. Leave area. It doesn't tell me where it goes, though. The Chantry. You know what? I'm gonna go in the Chantry real quick.
I lit a candle there. For Carver.
Aww. Poor brother. It's well done, Bethany. Bethany gets a rotten lot in life in this game. Like, there is one thing she enjoys. Or she doesn't mind, actually. I'm gonna activate my Mabari. Good boy! Good puppy! Yeah, let's go in here. This is important. Also, it looks very creepy.
Do you ever wish you lived in Orzammar?
Great ancestors, no. You know what Orzammar is? It's cramped tunnels filled with nug shit and body odor. And every person there thinks he's better than you because his great-great-great-grandfather made a water clock or something.
Oh, the puppy didn't come in with me.
Don't you even wonder what it would be like?
I have a good imagination. Why would I waste it on that?
I love his comments. He's got some of the best comments in the game. The commandments of the Maker. These truths the Maker has revealed to me. As there is but one world, one life, one death. Sound familiar? There is but one God, and He is our Maker. They are sinners who have given their love to false gods. Magic exists to serve man and never to rule over him. Foul and corrupt are they who have taken his gift and turned it against his children. They shall be named Maleficar. Accursed ones. They shall find no rest in this world or beyond. All men are the work of our Maker's hands. From the lowest slaves to the highest kings, those who bring harm without provocation to the least of his children are hated and accursed by the Maker. Those who bear false witness and work to deceive others know this. There is but one truth. All things are known to our Maker, and He shall judge their lies. All things in this world are finite. What one man gains, another has lost. Those who steal from their brothers and sisters do harm to their livelihood and to their peace of mind. Our Maker sees this with a heavy heart. Transfigurations 1:1-5. Aw, I can't climb the stairs. Why bother having stairs? I clearly just can't get past that chain. It is a chain of impassability. Clearly enchanted. We got some people.
Ravine is a good boy. Please give me the strength to find him.
Oh, there you are. I can't talk to you. Andraste, bride of the Maker. There was once a tiny fishing village on the waking sea that was set upon by the Tevinter Imperium, which enslaved the villagers to be sold in the markets of Minrathos, leaving behind only the old and the infirm. One of the captives was a child, Andraste. She was raised in slavery in a foreign land. She escaped, then made the long and treacherous journey back to her homeland, alone. She rose from nothing to be the wife of an Alamari warlord. Each day she sang to the gods, asking them to help her people, who remained slaves in Tevinter. The false gods of the mountains and the winds did not answer her, but the true God did. The Maker spoke. He showed her all the works of his hands, the Fade, the world, and all the creatures therein. He showed her how men had forgotten him, lavishing devotion upon mute idols and demons, and how he had left them to their fate. But her voice had reached him, and so captivated him that he offered her a place at his side, that she might rule all of creation. But Andraste did not forsake her people. She begged the Maker to return, to save his children from the cruelty of the Imperium. Reluctantly, the Maker agreed to give man another chance. Andraste went back to her husband, Mafarath, and told him all that the Maker had revealed to her. Together they rallied the Alamari and marched forth against the mage lords of the Imperium, and the Maker was with them. The Maker's sword was creation itself, fire and flood, famine and earthquake. Everywhere they went, Andraste sang to the people of the Maker, and they heard her. The ranks of Andraste's followers grew until they were a vast tide, washing over the Imperium. And when Mafarath saw that the people loved Andraste and not him, a worm grew within his heart, gnawing upon it. At last, the armies of Andraste and Mafarath stood before the very gates of Minrathos, but Andraste was not with them, for Mafarath had schemed in secret to hand Andraste over to the Tevinter. For this the Archon would give Mafarath all the lands to the south of the waking sea. And so, before all the armies of the Alamari and of Tevinter, Andraste was tied to a stake and burned, while her earthly husband turned his armies aside and did nothing, for his heart had been devoured. But as he watched the pyre, the Archon softened. He took pity on Andraste and drew his sword, and granted her the mercy of a quick death. The Maker wept for his beloved, cursed Mafarath, cursed mankind for their betrayal, and turned once again from creation, taking only Andraste with him. And Our Lady sits still at his side, where she still urges him to take pity on his children. From the Sermons of Justinia II.
Oh, sorry, children. I didn't see that.
The orphan Ferelgens ran off again after we fed them.
I wish they'd let us help them. It'd be better than scraping by on the streets of Darktown.
Did you notice Sister Alima missed 2 lines in her last sermon? I think her age is catching up with her.
Yes, I've noticed.
The poor dear walked out of her chambers with her robes on inside out the other day. Well, we can't have her forgetting her lines like that. People will talk.
That what? She's old? Oh no!
May the Maker's gaze be upon you.
They would never notice on their own that the old lady is old. Ooh, Parvolan, sorry, I said it wrong. The occupied north. In the 30th year of the Steel Age, the first Kunari ships were sighted off the coast of Parvolan in the far north, marking the beginning of a new age of warfare. History calls this the First Kunari War, but it was mostly a one-sided bloodbath, with the Kunari advancing far into the mainland. Kunari warriors in glittering steel armor carved through armies with ease. Their cannons, the likes of which our ancestors had never seen, reduced city walls to rubble in a matter of seconds. Stories of Kunari occupation vary greatly. It is said they dismantled families and sent captives to learning camps for indoctrination into their religion. Those who refused to cooperate disappeared to mines or construction camps. For every tale of suffering, however, there is another of enlightenment, deriving from something called the Kun. This is either a philosophical code or a written text that governs all aspects of Kunari life. Perhaps both. One converted Saharan reported pity for those who refused to embrace the Kun, as if the conquerors had led him to a sort of self-discovery. For all my life I followed the Maker wherever his path led me, he wrote. But in the Kun I have found the means to travel my own path. It has been said that the most complete way to wipe out a people is not with blades, but with books. Thankfully, a world that had repelled 4 blights would not easily bow to a foreign aggressor. And so the exalted marches began. The greatest advantage of the Chantry-led forces was the Circle of Magi. For all their technology, the Kunari appeared to harbor great hatred for magic. Faced with cannons, the Chantry responded with lightning and balls of fire. The Kunari armies lacked the sheer numbers of the humanity, so many were slain at Marnas Pel. On both sides... now. Let me try that again. The Kunari armies lacked the sheer numbers of humanity. Period. So many were slain at Marnas Pel on both sides that the Vale is said to be permanently sundered. I want to go to Marnas Pel now. The ruins still plagued by restless corpses, but each year the Chantry pushed further and further into the Kunari lines. Although local converts to the Kun proved difficult to return to Andrasti's teachings. By the end of the Storm Age, the Kunari were truly pushed back. Rivain was the only human land that retained the Kunari religion after being freed, and its rulers attempted to barter a peace. Most human lands signed the Lomerin Accord, accepting the Tevinter Imperium. It is a shaky peace that has lasted to this day. From the Exalted Marches, an examination of Chantry warfare by Sister Petrine Chantry Scholar. There are only said to be 2 Chantry scholars, Sister Petrine and Brother Gentivi.
I've always kind of liked this place. It's like a building full of sweet old grandmothers.
I miss the Chantry in Lothering. Sister Liliana told the best stories.
Hey, Liliana! Well, I mentioned Liliana anyway. Hey, empty storage closet. Alright, I'm glad I went in there. That was worth my time. Locks of the Golden Fool. What? What did I find? A satirical tome about a deluded brother of the Chantry who sought peace between elves and humans, a condemnation of fanatics of both races. It is favored by radical elves choosing to live in Darktown. Interesting. Hey, the History of the Chantry, Chapter 1. Haven't I read this already? Let me see, how's it end? Yes, I already read this in Dragon Age Origins. Though maybe I didn't. Hold on. First Blight devastated the Tevinter Imperium. Not only had the Darkspawn ravaged the countryside, but Tevinter citizens had to face the fact that their own gods had turned against them. Dumat, the old god once known as the Dragon of Silence, had risen. This is slightly different writing, though. It is clearly rewritten. had risen to silence the world, and despite the frenzied pleas for help, for the other old gods did nothing. The people of the Imperium began to question their faith, murdering priests and burning temples to punish their gods for not returning to help. In those days, even after the devastation of the First Blight, the Imperium stretched across the known world. Fringed with barbarian tribes, the Imperium was well prepared for invasions and attacks from without. Fitting, then, that the story of its own downfall begins from within. The people of the far northern and eastern reaches of the Imperium rose up against their powerful overlords in rebellion. The Tevinter Magisters summoned demons to put down these small rebellions, leaving corpses to burn as examples to all who would dare revolt. The Imperium began to tear itself apart from within, throngs of angry and disillusioned citizens doing what centuries of opposing armies could not. But the Magisters were confident in their power, and they could not imagine surviving a blight only to be destroyed by their own subjects. Even after the Blight, Tevinter commanded an army larger than that of any other organized nation in Thedas. Maybe an organization is an organized nation. That's an interesting thought. But that army was scattered and its morale dwindling. The ruin of Tevinter was such that the Alamari barbarians, who had spread their clans and holds over the wilderness of the Ferelden Valley at the far southeast edges of the Imperium, saw weakness in their enemy, and after an age of oppression, embarked on a campaign not only to free their own lands, but to bring down the mighty Tevinter as well. The leaders of that blessed campaign were the great barbarian warlord Mafrath and his wife, Andraste. Their dreams and ambitions would change the world forever. From Tales of the Destruction of Thedas by Brother Genitivi, Chantry Scholar. A door! I didn't attack, I wanted to go through a door. Ooh. The founding of the Chantry. Holy cow, so many codex entries. Cordelius Dracon, king of the city-state of Orlais, was a man of unknown ambition. In the year -15 of the Ancient Age, the young king began construction of a great temple dedicated to the Maker, and declared that by its completion he would not only have united the warring city-states of the south, he would have brought Andrastian belief to the world. In -3 of the Ancient Age, the temple was completed. There in its heart, Dracon knelt before the eternal flame of Andraste and was crowned ruler of the Empire of Orlais. His first act as emperor, to declare the Chantry as the established Andrastian religion of the Empire. It took 3 years and several hundred votes before Olessa of... Had to stop, my echo responded to that name. Of Montsimert was elected to lead the new Chantry. Maybe I should unplug that thing before I start streaming. Nah, I've used it during streams too. I don't know. Upon her coronation as divine, she took the name Justinia, in honor of the disciple who recorded Andraste's songs. In that moment, the ancient era ended, and the divine age began. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. See, without the Chantry, we wouldn't even have the title of the games. For it's the Chantry that decides the age. And they named it the Dragon Age. Alright. Still running, still wandering. Codex entries, I believe, still give me experience. See, here's my experience bar. Let's watch that real quick. I can't see it now. The Maker. There was no word for heavens on... For heaven or for earth, for sea or sky. All that existed was silence. And then the voice of the Maker rang out, the first word. And his word became all that might be. Dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. And from it made his firstborn. And he said to them,
In my image I forge you. To you I give dominion over all that exists. By your will may all things be done. Then in the center of heaven he called forth a city with towers of gold. Streets with music for cobblestones, and banners which flew without wind. There he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. The children of the Maker gathered before his golden throne and sang hymns of praise unending, but their songs were the songs of the cobblestones. They shone with the golden light reflected from the Maker's throne. They held forth the banners that flew on their own. And the voice of the Maker shook the fade, saying, In my image I have wrought my firstborn. You have been given dominion over all that exists, but by your will all things are done, yet you do nothing. The realm I have given you is formless, ever changing. And he knew he had wrought amiss. So the Maker turned from his firstborn. Why would you follow a god who makes mistakes? He's no better than we are in that case. That's the thing. I'm a Christian. My God never makes mistakes. Everything he did on purpose, with intent, and knowing it would fail. Because who knows the mind of God? And he knew he had wrought amiss, so the Maker turned from his firstborn, and took from the fade a measure of its living flesh, and placed it apart from the spirits, and spoke to it, saying, Here I decree opposition in all things, for earth sky, for winter summer, for darkness light. By my will alone is balance sundered, and the world given new life. And no longer was it formless, ever changing, but held fast immutable. With words for heaven and for earth, sea, and sky, at last did the Maker from the living world make men, immutable as the substance of the earth, with souls made of dream and idea, hope and fear, endless possibilities. Then the Maker said, To you, my secondborn, I grant this gift. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame, all-consuming and never satisfied. From the fade I crafted you, and to the fade you shall return, each night in dreams, that you may always remember me. And then the Maker sealed the gates of the Golden City, and there he dwelled, waiting to see the wonders his children would create. Threnodies 5, 1-8. The more I read about the Maker, the more it sounds less like my God, Jehovah, and more like Allah from Islam. He created man simply because he was curious and wanted to be entertained. Not because he loved man. Not because he loved his children. That is a very big difference between the Maker and my God. The sermons of Divine Renata I. Holy cow. The weakness of mortal will is the great failing of all the Maker's children. We trade our honor as if it were the cheapest of currency. We do not understand what integrity is or what it is truly worth. From this ignorance, original sin was born. At some time, each of us has thought, what does it matter if I keep hold of my integrity? I am but one mortal. I am powerless. How blind we all are. The virtue of a single slave destroyed the Tevinter Imperium. The dishonor of one man drove the Maker from our sight. I tell you truly, nothing but the integrity of our hearts will win the love of the Maker back to us. It is all the power we shall ever possess to change this world for good or for ill. From a sermon on integrity. I remember that sermon. Hello, Grand Cleric.
I'm sorry you had to witness that disgraceful scene by the Chanter's Board. I am Elthina, Grand Cleric of Kirkwall.
Ah, you're Elthina.
He's normally a good lad, but he's had a terrible shock.
Who is he?
Sebastian. Was that his name?
Sebastian Vale. He was affirmed here nearly a decade ago. He had just been invested as a brother when we got the news about his family. I'm afraid he reacted rashly, denied his vows, and left the chantry. If the Maker wills it, he will return to himself before it's too late.
He's a brother?
He's some kind of priest.
He is an initiate of the faith. As a man, he cannot serve as a mother would, but he has led the chant here many times. Before last week, I would have said he was the most faithful of our true believers.
What happened?
Someone murdered his family.
Sebastian is the youngest son of the ruling family of Starkhaven.
That's why he's in the priesthood.
Violently. Sebastian is the only surviving member.
If you're the youngest son of a family, you don't get many, if any, holdings. So your only prospects are either become a merchant or join the priesthood. That's how it was back in the Middle Ages, and that's how it is here. You don't have many prospects, so you love your family, but you're like, well, I was born the youngest, so I don't really have an inheritance.
He's royalty.
Prince Sebastian Vale. If he succeeds in his pledge to take back his lands. He made a vow to the Maker to put worldly concerns behind him. It is a sin to forswear himself for a mere title.
I should go.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Maker's blessing on you, child.
I'm gonna try saving, because I forgot to save anyway. And I'm gonna see if I can't... Nope, I can't. Crud. I can go back to the autosave. Ah, okay, I'll go to the autosave. If I don't read everything, that won't take nearly as long. Yeah. I should have saved before the conversation. I don't know why I didn't. I thought it was going to be one where I didn't actually talk to her, and she just said something in passing, but... Nope.
Great ancestors, no. You know what Orzammar is? It's cramped tunnels filled with dog shit and body odor. The person there thinks he's better than you because his great-great-great-grandfather made a water clock or something.
Made a water clock.
Don't you even wonder what it would be like?
I have a good imagination. Why would I waste it on that?
That's just a good line right there. Because usually you say, I have a good imagination, so you can already imagine what it would be like. Why would you worry about it? But this is, why would I waste my imagination on that? Good writing, good writing. People give Dragon Age 2 a lot of grief, but really it doesn't deserve any more grief than any other BioWare game. It's got the same flaws. You'll see what I mean when I head out of the city. By same flaws. Service dwarves. Holy cow. But yeah, it's got great writing. Dragon Age 2. Maybe better writing than... It might actually have better writing and even better narrative structure than Dragon Age Origins. Albeit... While the third act is less interesting. It's interesting. You have to stop looking at it as one big thing will happen and more along the lines of, this is the tale of Hawk and everything he went through. As opposed to, well, or she, depending on what version you go. I've got a he. As opposed to, like, what everyone sees Dragon Age Origins as, which is more a story of the Blight and how we operate within the Blight. In Orzammar, dwarven society is divided into rigid castes with houses that compete for power and prestige. But all that is discarded when a dwarf abandons the stone for the surface. Under the open sky, everyone is equal, or so the story goes. The truth is that thousands of years of tradition are not so easily tossed aside. Even though surface dwarves are officially stripped of their caste, many maintain a hierarchy among themselves. Oh, I didn't know that. along the old caste lines. Formerly noble houses are accorded more respect than casteless brands who come up in search of opportunity. The poorest noble dwarf on the surface looks upon the rich lower caste dwarves with contempt. Upper-class surface dwarf society is roughly divided into two camps. Colonists, who insist on maintaining caste and rank, typically those from the noble or merchant caste families, and ascendants who believe in leaving Orzamar's traditions underground and embracing life in the sunlit world. Maintaining some tie to Orzammar was seen for generations as the only lifeline for surface dwarves, bringing surface goods to their kin underground and lyrium, and metals to the surface, was not only the most lucrative means of making a living, but also a sort of sacred duty. As many surface dwarves willingly accepted exile and the loss of their caste to better serve their house or patron. In recent years, many surface dwarves, particularly ascendants, have branched out. They started banks, mercenary companies, and overland trade caravans. They became investors and speculators in purely surface trade. These new industries have proven tremendous sources of wealth, but are looked down upon by their more conservative kin. For less affluent surface dwarves, association with a powerful colony can open many doors. They can get credit with dwarven merchants and are offered work opportunities by the powerful Dwarven Merchants Guild more readily, sometimes, than more qualified but less connected individuals. Sometimes it's just all about who you know. A lot of times it's all about who you know. From the Dowager's Field Guide to Good Society by Lady Alcyone. The Coterie. Kirkwall is built on a solid foundation of greed and human suffering, and its underworld is a place where everything is for sale, but everyone is fair game. Everyone is fair game. There are many criminal empires within the city, some of which have been around since the Imperium used Kirkwall as a hub in the slave trade. Alliances, spying, manipulation, betrayal, and open warfare is all commonplace in the never-ending struggle for power. Alexa, go to sleep. Alexa, sleep.
So...
I don't know what word triggered it, but it might have been alliances. The Coterie is a thieves' guild that has been around for almost a century, but until recently was never a major player in the underworld. Some 20 years ago, the strongest of the local criminal empires was an ancient guild known as the Sabrathan, but its leader was betrayed from within, and during the turmoil, the Coterie made a successful grab for power. Since then, they've sunk their claws into almost every level of Kirkwall, including the city guard. The Dwarven Merchants Guild and some of the most influential citizens in the city. It's safe to say that the Coterie gets a slice of every pie, and very little goes on in Kirkwall that escapes their notice. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Janshi Scholar by Brother Gentili. Okay, I didn't know he would write that one. That's by the Maker, that's the Commandments of the Maker. Read about the Gallows already. Read about Kirkwall Hightown. Parvolan, also read about that. Characters. Bartrand. Half of Kirkwall wants to be my best friend right now. The history of Noble House Tethris stretches back to the foundation of Orzammar. The memories say that 3 times a child of House Tethris took the office of Assembly Steward. They held appointments in the Shaperate of Memories and Shaperate of Golems, but no longer. In the 2nd year of the reign of King Endrin Iduken, Lord Andvar Tethris was found guilty before the Assembly of willfully manipulating proving matches in favor of his house. For this affront to the ancestors, he and all his house were sentenced to exile on the surface. Wow, all of them. Anvar died a mere 5 years later, leaving behind his lady Ilsa, 10-year-old Bertrand, and 2-year-old Varric. Exile, surface life, and the loss of her husband conspired against Lady Ilsa, who took to drink, leaving young Bertrand to manage what was left of House Tethris. By the time he was 15, Bertrand had doubled his family's fortune. The disgrace of House Tethris fueled his ambition, and his once noble title gave him an instant place among the colonists, the old money elite of the Dwarven Merchants Guild. He used it to build alliances and business ventures, as if he were a member of the Orzammar Assembly. By the time Lady Ilsa died, Bertrand had made the Tethris family one of the guild's most influential. By the time Lady Ilsa died, Bertrand had made the Tethris family one of the guild's most influential. But wealth and power on the surface couldn't sate him. He began to court alliances with the wealthiest descendant families, branching into banking and mercenary companies. Guild members mutter that nothing will satisfy Bertrand but a complete reconstruction of House Tethris' estate in Orzammar, down to the rivers of lava, built in Kirkwall. I wouldn't put it past her to try it. I was just hoping it would be different here in Kirkwall. We're not running away, we're coming home. Even growing up as an apostate has not dimmed Bethany's faith and sunny nature. Although it has colored her view of the world, Bethany wishes above all else to be normal. She appreciates the trouble her family took to keep her out of the circle, but the running, hiding, and constant fear have taken their toll. Though she would never admit so to her mother, not after all she sacrificed to protect her, Bethany sometimes wonders whether she would be better off in the circle. At least there she would be with other mages, confident she'd be serving the will of the Maker, and not defying a millennium of religious teachings. Still, her first loyalty is to her family. Despite her doubts, she gladly embraces her magic, if it keeps them all safe. She has a teasing rivalry with her twin Carver. Poor Carver. And greatly respects Garrett. Carver grew up surrounded by magic he couldn't truly understand. He cared deeply for his family, but sometimes felt like the stupidest person in the room. Carver foundered in Lothering, caught between the gifts of his apostate sister, Bethany, and the growing skill of his more focused sibling, Garrett. But even as Carver groused about his lot, he remained dedicated to protecting those he loved. He didn't think twice about sacrificing himself to save his mother during the flight from the Darkspawn, and although Carver struggled to find his way in life, there is gratification in knowing his death had purpose. The hero Ferelden. The hero Ferelden was the younger son of Bryce Cousland, Tyrn of Highover. When Arl Rendenhau's forces... Yeah, this is my exact story. When Arl Rendenhau's forces attacked Castle Cousland and murdered most of the Cousland family, the hero escaped to the safety of with Grey Warden Commander Duncan, who then recruited him into the Order. The hero fought and killed the Archdemon and lived to tell the tale. With the Archdemon gone, the Darkspawn ranks broke, and the Horde was easily routed. After ending the Blight, the hero Ferelden took up the mantle of Warden Commander, and began the task of rebuilding the Order in Ferelden. Flemeth. You are required to do nothing, least of all believe. Ages ago, legend says Ban Conobar took to wife a beautiful young woman who harbored secret talent for magic. This is all fiction. We've learned the true story. Flemeth of Highover, which would also make her my relative, if that's true. That's very weird to think about, come to think of it. And for a time, they lived happily. Until the arrival of a young poet, Ozen, who captured the lady's heart with his verse. They turned to the chastened tribes for help and hid from Conobar's wrath in the wilds until word came to them that Conobar lay dying. His last wish was to see Flemeth's face one final time. The lovers returned, but it was a trap. Conobar killed Ozen and imprisoned Flemeth in the highest tower of the castle. In grief and rage, Flemeth worked a spell to summon a spirit into this world to wreak vengeance upon her husband. Vengeance she received, but not as she planned. The spirit took possession of her, turning Flemeth into an abomination. A twisted, maddened creature, she slaughtered Conobar and all his men and fled back into the wilds. For 100 years, Flemeth plotted, stealing men from the Chasen to sire monstrous daughters, horrific things that could kill a man with fear. These Tokari witches led an army of Chasen from the wilds to strike at the Alamari tribes. They were defeated by the hero Cormac, and all the witches burned, so they say. But even now, the Wilders whisper that Flemeth lives on in the marsh, and she and her daughters steal those men who come too near. Morgan's mother saved the last Grey Wardens from death at the top of the Tower of Ishal. But just who or what Flemeth truly is a mystery. I know everyone in this city worth knowing. Varric was born 3 years after his father's exile from Orzammar, into the world of the Merchants Guild. The ancestors never spoke, and paragons were the heroes in tall tales. The number of dances a Kalna lady gave to a low-born ascendant boy who were more pivotal than the reign of kings. While Bartrand ran the businesses and drove House Tethras ever higher up the social ladder, Varric looked after the family and their retainers. His mother, Lady Ilsa, suffered terribly from the trauma of her disgrace and exile, finding solace in liquor and smoke. It fell to her younger son to try to curb the worst of her drunken rages, to keep her from becoming a matter of public scandal, and to care for her when she fell ill from her excesses. Though he is famous throughout the Merchants Guild for his stories, Varric speaks rarely of himself or his family. Most of Kirkwall knows him. Everyone has bought him a drink at least once, for the sake of his fictions rather than his family connections. Yada 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 yada. Hold up. Locks actually might be important. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Defeating each of these requires 10, 20, 30, and 40 points of cunning, respectively. So we need to get Varric's cunning up to 40. Because he's my main rogue. I mean, I'm going to get another rogue as well, but she's more of an assassin than a rogue. Man, welcome to this episode of reading all the Dragon Age entries. Did that guy just say, please take away this burning itch? Or was that burning hatred? Please let him have said, please take away this burning itch. Is that supposed to be the Maker or is that Andraste? I can't tell from this angle. Okay, let's try this again. Wait. Save. Save game.
I'm sorry you had to witness that disgraceful scene by the Chanter's board. Sebastian's normally a good lad, but he's had a terrible shock.
Investigate. Who is he?
Afraid
He's a brother.
before last week.
Investigate what happened.
They were overthrown.
Ruling family.
He's royalty.
Prince Sebastian Vale. If he succeeds in his pledge to take back his lands, he made a vow to the Maker to put worldly concerns behind him. It is a sin to forswear himself for a mere title.
He's not forswearing himself for a title. He's forswearing himself for family. I'm going to help him.
His family deserves to be avenged.
Sebastian would spend his coin to buy men's lives, the same as those who attacked his family. No matter how justified he feels, that is murder. And when he returns, I will tell him so again.
Well, yeah, you're right. He wants to kill these guys because he's mad. Justice and vengeance are two sides of the same coin, and that's a very big theme in Dragon Age 2, as you will see as soon as I meet another character. But I gotta find him first. Aha! I can't go that way. I can't go that way either. I also can't go down there. You kidding me? I have to go the long way? Okay, fine. I'll go to Hightown. Alright, looks like I have to run all the way there.
Not even a little.
Sunshine, I'm a dwarf, in case you missed that detail.
Ah.
Dwarves aren't completely immune to magic, you know.
No. I meant there are at least 30 people in this town who'd murder my family over trade deals. Who has time to worry about apostates with a merchant's guild breathing down your neck?
In that case, I see.
That's why I like Varric. He's so practical. It's like, why would I be afraid of an apostate when I already have to worry about the 30 different families who want me dead? It's a very practical mind. Let me check down here. Well, this is clearly going to be used for something. Otherwise, it's just an alcove. Stuff. I knew there'd be stuff. Shield. I think that's actually better than the one I have in my inventory. Which I'm going to give to Aveline. Ooh, it is. Nice. Nice! Well, thank you for excusing yourself. Where am I supposed to go? I hate you. That one character I hate. Only because that one line I remember too well, solely because that's all she says. Every time you pass her, every time you go by that area, it's always, I hope it doesn't rain. Every time. It gets really old. I don't know, I can't answer your question. Because frankly, I don't care. Not to be rude, but your concerns are of no concern to me. Alright, let's go talk to Aveline. These are creative loading screens, I have to admit. Each one different, each one changing somehow. Oh, hi. I appreciate that you said hi. Hierarchy, the circle? Ah, crud. I've already read this, though, right? It's about apprentices, then you become, something. Hold on. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, well, I'll read it. Here we go. It is no simple matter safeguarding ordinary men from mages and mages from themselves. Each circle tower must have some measure of self-government, for it is ever the Maker's will that men be given the power to take responsibility for our own actions, to sin and fail, as well as to achieve the highest grace and glory on our own strength. You who will be tasked with the protection of the circle must be aware of its workings. The first enchanter is the heart of any tower. He will determine the course his circle will take. He will choose which apprentices may be tested and made full mages, and you will work most closely with him. Assisting the first enchanter will be the senior enchanters. a small council of the most trusted and experienced magi in the tower. From this group, the first enchanter is always chosen. Beneath the council are the enchanters. These are the teachers and mentors of the tower, and you must get to know them in order to keep your finger on the pulse of the circle, for the enchanters will always know what is happening among the children. All those who have passed their harrowing but have not taken apprentices are mages. This is where most trouble in a circle lies, in the idleness and inexperience of youth. The untested apprentices are the most numerous denizens of any tower, but they most often pose threats to themselves, due to their lack of training, than to anyone else. Knight Commander Serene of the Chantry of Templars, in a letter to his successor. Well, good on him for at least... Hey, look, I can gather my party. Prepping his successor. Now, if I'm right... Yes, I am right.
You're looking well, Sirrah.
Thank you. I don't know who you are. How do you know that? I could be looking horrible, and this is just a real bad day for me, and I normally look better. You don't know me. Maybe she does. I've been here a year, apparently. 50 years. That's how long it took the Imperium to drive out the Qunari occupation. But the rest of the northern Thedas was not so lucky. Both divines, white and black, declared exalted marches, and for the only time since the schism of the Chantry, they worked together. A century-long siege resulted, with the giant Qunari entrenched in Antiva and Rivain, and all of Thedas throwing armies against them. The war drained the resources of every nation in Thedas, leaving most on the brink of collapse. For the giants, it did not appear to be the damage to their armada or the loss of their soldiers, but the terrible toll upon the Rivaini population that prompted their retreat. When the third new exalted march had all but massacred the people of Kontar, without even chipping the Qunari occupying force, the giants finally withdrew. The treaty that put an official end to the Qunari wars was signed on the politically neutral island of Lomerin, off the southern coast of Rivain. 150 years after their assault on the mainland began, the Qunari left our shores. They received the northern archipelago in exchange for cessation of hostilities against all the nations of the Accord. Only Tevinter refused to sign, and so the war continues to rage in the Imperium to the present day. It's worth noting, however, that the Kingdom of Rivain immediately violated the treaty, twice. Once when the humans of northern Rivain, nearly all practitioners of the Qun, and therefore, by definition, Qunari, refused to leave their homes and go in exile to the islands, and again when the Rivain Chantry and nationalist forces, unable to convert its people back to the worship of the Maker, tried to purge by the sword, slaughtering countless unarmed people and burying them in mass graves. It's a fortunate mystery that the leaders in Kontar did not alert their allies in the Northern Passage, or we'd still be fighting the giants now. From Exalted Marches. An examination of Chantry warfare by Sister Petrine, Chantry scholar. Hello, Seneschal Bran. Can I go in here? I cannot. That door is locked.
Not going to happen.
Well, that was rude. You could have said no. Fine, I'll check this closet. This is not a closet. This is an office. Fine, I'll check this office.
You want me to do what? I don't think so.
Okay, I need to get him some more lockpicking. I need more cunning. So he needs, at bare minimum, 2 more levels to get to 20. The Enigma of Kirkwall. Ooh, I like enigmas. The Viscount is suspicious, but the bribe was sufficient to gain access to the restricted section of the archives. The money would have been better spent elsewhere, the archives being almost devoid of Imperium-era records. When the slaves revolted, they hunted magisters and burned the city, at least the parts that could be burned. One account says that the streets were littered with piles of scrolls and books set aflame. Is our quest futile? Did the slaves destroy the answer? As Mafreth's armies toppled the Imperium, they sent 3 magisters and their legions here. They never arrived. But why march here of all places? What were they coming here for? Behind a panel with curious markings, signed The Band of 3. Already read that. Read that. Cool. Places. The city of Starkhaven. Starkhaven, the largest city in the Free Marches, sits on the bank of the Great Menanter River. I remember my visit to the city quite clearly. I was taken up the river by barge, a cumbersome vessel that moved at a stately pace, and disembarked by the city's central square. An impressive space, with marble fountains, and surrounded by kingly estates. Starkhaven's wealth was truly a sight to behold. A path paved in granite led up to the grandest building I'd ever seen. My guide indicated that this was the residence of Starkhaven's ruler, Prince Vale. We supped at the table of my guide's closest friend. I was presented with a variety of dishes from the region. One in particular stood out: fish and egg pie. Starkhaven's most famous dish. It sounds like a quiche, actually. 3 deboned fish, caught just that day, were cooked in a porcelain vessel with boiled eggs. Or maybe an egg salad? Dried fruit, spices, and thickened cream, all topped with a light crust. Superb. From the In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genetivi. Man, that guy gets around. I think he's literally traveled all over Thedas at this point. What a life. What do you do? Oh, that guy. He's been waiting all day for years. That's all you people say. See what I mean? All day. For the Kirkwall City Guard. Wow, more codex. It is with pride that I, your Viscount, grant the authority of law and civil enforcement upon the guardsmen of an independent Kirkwall. No more will we defer to the will of foreign troops or draw a holy order into tasks unbefitting their mandate. These proud men and women will be of the people, and will enforce the laws we have elected for a civil and ordered society. And should the specter of invasion return, the noble guardsmen will conscript from the population, for who better to amass the people's will than the constables of law charged with its inspection? This is a great day, fair Kirkwall, and I am honored to appoint the first guard captain. Long may he serve the will of a free people. For Morlesian legacy, how instructions of the oppressors linger, the speeches of Viscount Michel Lafayette, collected by Philium Abard. He had to yell that part. A door. A study of the Fifth Blight, Volume 1. Man, eventually I will have all these codex entries, but that's not now. While some of my contemporaries dispute whether the Fifth Blight was a true blight or merely a large darkspawn resurgence, historians agree that it began in the swamps of the Kakari Wilds on the southeastern border of Ferelden in the year 930 of the Dragon Age. King Caelan Theron was swift in responding to the threat, gathering the royal army, every Grey Warden in his country, and sending a call for aid to the Ferelden nobility. The assembled armies laid a trap in the ruins of Ostagar, hoping to crush the force before it reached civilization, but they failed. Darkspawn overran the defenders of Ostagar and decimated the king and his army. They continued their advance into Ferelden unopposed. Only 2 Grey Wardens managed to escape the slaughter, and somehow they came into possession of ancient treaties which compelled the races of men to join arms against the massing horde. Yeah, the 2 people. One of them's currently the king. You decided to leave that part out, didn't you? Oh, there's Aveline. 1 second, Evelyn. I've got a few more doors to open. Well, I opened that door. I mean, there was nothing exciting behind it, but I opened it. Aha! A simple chest. Farrah can open that one. There we go. Nice. Well, I robbed them. Onward. Oh, wait, one more door. I
don't think I can do that.
I can't open that. Okay. Let's give it a little save before I talk to Aveline. Here we go. That's a weird way to do a notice board.
Hello, Hawk.
That's it.
What? Oh, right. Sorry. It feels like we just talked. I've been keeping an eye on you. Information is one of the few perks of this job. Watch out for Bartrand. He's a son of a bitch.
You spying on me again?
You know I don't like it when you have people watch me.
Saved me camping on your doorstep. After what we went through to get here, well, you're no child, but I take care of my friends. The
Thank you.
They have me patrolling, I've got time.
Well, you're not happy as a guard?
Still having trouble. I thought you were past it.
Lately, I don't know. I've been pushed out to some dead patrols. Maybe I stepped on someone's toes.
You can be forceful.
My charm, right? I should be able to go where I'm needed. In fact, I might have a job for you. Let me know if you want to do a favor for Kirkwall. Otherwise, I'm here if you need me. Maker knows I could use more satisfying work.
Alright. Well, you're going to get it. Hold on, are you happy here?
Seems like Kirkwall suits you.
It has been a challenge. Lots of opportunity, if you're the type the locals want.
Are you?
If you argue enough, you kind of convince yourself.
I know the feeling.
It's been a year settling in. Are you all right?
You don't need to coddle me. I am where I am. How close I hold my memories is my own business.
Well, okay then. Do you miss being a soldier?
A very different pace from serving King Kalen.
I love that life, but there's a new king for a new Ferelden. Seems cocksure, but I guess he was there when the Archdemon fell. Can't fault an active hand. It's just one more change, though. The real end for me was Ostagar. You and Carver must have felt something similar. I don't know if that's right to say. I barely knew him.
No, you're right.
Death on that scale certainly has a finality to it.
Sometimes I wonder.
Would you return to Ferelden?
It is over. You could go back to Lothering.
That wasn't home for me. It was just where the Horde pressed us. It wasn't the first village I saw fall. But you don't get used to people losing everything.
It was sad to leave that way.
It's not how I wanted to say goodbye. I'll say that.
You can't go home again. That's supposed to be about maturity. It's not the same if you don't have the option.
That's true. Well, what's the job?
All right, Aveline. You have something worth doing.
My patrols may be empty walks in the dark, but there's something big coming up, and I could use you. An ambush, probably for a caravan, although I can't find any shipments that match up. Doesn't matter, though. Highwaymen waiting for someone to rob. I'm putting a stop to it, my district or not.
Who are we up against?
Or anything else to go on?
Not important. If we show up and they attack, they're bad. Simple as that.
But I like to know who I'm killing.
Though, like I said, seems like an obvious trap for a caravan.
How did you find out?
Nosing around outside your commission.
I have contacts, and they're complaining about a lack of meat. Thugs and such. Someone is hiring. And one or two were told to prepare for travelers. You want to be good at this job? You pay attention to what's missing, and when people arrange escape routes.
Not just that, it's not all about what's being said, but what's not being said. Or would the way to say that be what's being not said? Why not tell the others?
Seems like you'd want to share this with your fellow guards.
I will, if you sit on your hands. I'll send my alerts, and someone else will lead a patrol. But there's profit and influence to be had. You're my friend, so I'm offering.
And you can hire civilians?
I'm no guard, Aveline.
There's only so many of us. Temporary recruits are expected time to time, as long as they're competent. You still claim to be competent, right?
Well, at that, I can't say no to a challenge, so I'm with you.
All right, Aveline. I'll play guard for you.
I knew I could count on you.
For those who can't hear through that accent,
remote and rough, but we can make good time with a shortcut this side. And no, you can't run off and do it without me. I trust you, but I have to be there. You're acting on behalf of the guard.
he said, I'll play guard for you, not I'll play God for you. Alright, Sebastian, wait, what? Okay, apparently I missed his. In the face of danger, so Sebastian Vale. In the face of danger, sometimes the bravest thing is to stand back and trust that the Maker will see justice done. Sebastian Vale is the only surviving son of the ruling family of Starkhaven, which was murdered in a violent coup d'etat. Sebastian cannot forget the irony that he still lives only because his family was so ashamed of his drinking and womanizing that they committed him to the Kirkwall Chantry against his will. Oh, that's why he's with the Chantry. Alright, I thought it was because he had no prospects. Nope, it's because he was a disgrace. After initially rejecting a priest's lifestyle, Sebastian was more surprised than anyone when he realized that his show of faith had turned real. Since then, his belief in the Maker and his plan for Thedas have been unshakable. Embracing his new role, Sebastian took vows of poverty and chastity to become a sworn brother to the Chantry, until the word of his family's deaths forced him to take up worldly concerns again. Grand Cleric Elthina, Sebastian's mentor and friend, hopes to convince him to walk away from the struggle for Starkhaven and return to the good works of the Chantry. Well, I mean, pretty sure he becomes a companion, so I don't think that works. At least not in the short term. Kirkwall City Guard, already read that. Characters, already read all the characters. Art of War, world map. That was kind of neat. Nope. Nope. Okay, cool. Done. Up we go! I'm not gonna do any of these quests right now. Wait, hold on. Shield? Shield. Yeah! There we go, 47. Armor. I have gauntlets, which I'm already wearing, aren't I? Right? Yeah, no, these are new gauntlets I found. Can anyone else wear gauntlets? No. 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 Didn't think so. Gauntlets count as armor. I can't put them on anyone else. I can go to the docks. The Black the Black Emporium's freaky. I forgot about that. Yeah. Want to check out the Black Emporium? Like I said, the Black Emporium's freaky. Wait, nope, wrong button. Like I said, this place is freaky. I love it. Look at that. It's Thaddeus. It's a golem.
If you want to know who's talking, it's this guy, quote unquote guy. I think it's this guy. I think. But wait. This voice actor. Hold on. This can't be Tim Curry, is it? Nah, I've got to be imagining things. A vessel of tears. Although this wax-stoppered vessel is clearly labeled Tears Shed During the Burning of Treviso, many questions remain, not the least of which is, which burning of Treviso? When the Qunari conquered it in 635 of the Steel Age... Wait, of the Steel Age? Question mark? When it was burned by the liberating armies of the White and Black Divines during the Second Exalted March of 752 of the Storm Age? Or when it accidentally burned to the ground in 862 of the Blessed Age, after a dockhand knocked over a lantern into a warehouse full of lamp oil. Great. Replaying that old tale, huh? The cow kicked over the lamp? Even assuming the correct event could be determined, the question of whose tears have been collected remains. Presumably not any of the numerous fire victims, surviving relatives perhaps? Nobles with summer hopes on the Antivan coast? It should be noted that nowhere on the label does it say that these tears were shed in relation to the event, so they could have been the tears of a woman in Mont Simmered, weeping because she was not asked to dance at the last costume ball, unaware that at that very moment, one of the greatest port cities of Thedas was aflame. From letters of Brother Ferdinand Genitivi to Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Oh, so they corresponded with one another. That's also an interesting little tidbit of information. Stare into the mirror transformation. You okay? You don't sound that great, man. I'm gonna save. I think I know what this does. I think all it does is give me the opportunity to remake my character. Yep, I was right. Hold on, what's the Aha! I like this one. Confirm. Oh no! I have battle paint! Or is it blood? It was done originally for the ad for Dragon Age 2. Which I'm fine with. I like that. It looks like I did that on purpose. Though, I think for Act 2, I'm going to remove it. Because it gets weird when I go about my new home with a blood streak across my face. In my fancy robes. Like I said, it gets weird. These are all really, 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 really nice. I can't get any of them. But they're really, 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 really nice. Boots of tremendous weight. Sounds hard to move in. Boots that give 41 armor? Sounds amazing. I'll come back here when I have money. Maker's Sigh. This concoction allows whoever consumes it to permanently reallocate his or her attributes, specializations, and spells or talents. That's amazing. I might get that at some point. Because otherwise I have Pommel Strike that's going to be here forever. I mean, it stuns enemies, but is it worth it? Crafting materials. Crafting materials? Ooh, crafting stuff. Can't afford any of it because I'm poor. Ooh, but there's recipes. But I need the 50 sovereigns. I gotta hold on to my money first before I buy these, but I do want to buy these. So I will come back for the Rune of Fortune. Wait, hold on. This one increases the amount of coin creatures drop. I want that. Because it'll pay for itself, right? So the sooner I get that, the better. Okay, I'll buy that. The box is screaming! I received the box from a man I met in the Silent Plains. He spoke, ironically. He spoke little and would not reveal his name, for reasons I shall not detail here. I had been kidnapped and left for dead in that gray, wind-blasted wasteland. After days of walking, I was parched and close to death. I was about to dash my head on a rock to speed my passing when the man arrived. He possessed a water skin containing ample water for a person traveling from our location to the Imperial Highway. From there, he said I could find my way to Solace, or Paravantium. He offered to give me the water skin if I agreed to take 3 things from him: a glowing crystalline shard, a bronze sphere, and an iron-bound box with no hinges. I asked the man if he wished to have these items delivered. He said he merely wanted me to have them. It was an odd request, but I was too weak and too desperate to think much of it, and so I agreed. The man put the items into a leather sack, which he handed to me along with the water. "What about you?" I asked. He said nothing, only pointed in the direction from which I had come. "There is nothing that way," I said. He merely smiled at me. I found the Imperial Highway about a day later, and a caravan driver agreed to take me to Paravantium, in exchange for the large glowing shard. In Paravantium, I bartered the bronze sphere for new clothes and a room at the inn. That night, I examined the iron-bound box and found no way to open it. I held it to my ear and thought I heard slow, measured breathing coming from within. My mind was afire with curiosity, and I obtained from the innkeeper a large hammer, thinking to smash the thing open. The moment the hammer touched the box, it shrieked. The shrill sound pierced the depths of my soul. I gave the box to the innkeeper in the morning, and felt better for having rid myself of it. Ugh. A page torn from a mysterious journal on display in the Black Emporium. Creepy. I want to know what's inside. Oh, so creepy. Discarded weapons and armor. Can I just take these? Who discarded all this? I will take it all. Okay. I got stuff now. Ooh. None of it is anywhere. I can't equip it. I'm too weak. Requires level 5. I'm just low level. I'm too low level. Oh well. I got these for later. Hey, Sir Wesley's shield. Huh. Well, I'll hold on to Sir Wesley's shield. That way... That was creepy. Okay, that way, I can have a souvenir. That was creepy. Just yelled out of nowhere. I'll sell that. Gen staff is... physical damage. That's not elemental at all. Well, no, that's my sword. I was looking at the wrong thing. Cold damage and fire. Okay, I'll hold on to these. Hold on, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. What does she have equipped? What do you have equipped? Cold damage. Ooh. There you go. I will sell the quote-unquote imported circle staff. These are exactly the same as the ones I'm wearing, so I can sell them. And these are weaker, so I'll sell those. Can't wear that yet. Sell all junk. Yeah. And... oh, the pro set curious thing in a moment. The pickled apples of Arlathan. I expressed my incredulity to the shop's assistant, who coldly noted that he did not like my implication. He insisted that every article in the Black Emporium was genuine, no fakes, imitations, or cheap knockoffs. I must have appeared unconvinced, for the assistant narrowed his eyes at me and disappeared into the bowels of the shop. Returning several minutes later, he removed the jar of pickled apples from its display case and proceeded to carefully, reverentially remove the wax seal from the lid of the jar. I watched with fascination as the jar was opened, and a single rosy apple pulled from it. It looked as if it had been picked just that day. At the peak of ripeness, with a paring knife, the assistant cut the tiniest sliver of flesh from the apple and presented it to me. The flavor of that one small sliver was astonishing. It was as close to a perfect apple as ever there was. I was experiencing the essence of every apple ever eaten, and that ever will be eaten. When it was over, the sense of loss that filled me was sharp enough to move me to tears. The rest of the apple was returned to the jar, which was then resealed. I paid 5 sovereigns for that single taste, and I believe I got the better part of the bargain. Wow! From the letters of Brother Ferdinand Genetivi to Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. That's cool. Imagine eating an apple that was so perfect of an apple, it was the culmination of all apples that ever had been or ever will be. Ah, Brother Genetivi, you lucky son of a gun. The pickled apples of Arlathan. And Andraste and Nude Repose. Invisible. What? I'm looking at it. What do you mean invisible? Can stone lie with purpose? Can it beckon with raw feminine command, yet shine with an aspiring virtue? That challenge was posed to sculptor Arwand de Glace, artisan and son of Empress Vugine of Orlais. It was busy work and rhetoric in a time of excess, but answer he did, with the reserves of a nation and a passion unhealthy. His subject? Our Lady, though not as depicted in traditional statuary. Arwen's mad ambition summoned the form of Andraste uninterpreted by the trappings of war and devoid of the vestments she had assumed after death. It was living, commanding, obscene, yet inspired. To gaze upon it was to be enthralled spiritually and physically. It was the latter that alarmed the Chantry officials. They blanched at the thought of Our Lady being possessed of such a base appeal, even as they too were drawn. The work could not be destroyed without threatening the balance between Empire and Hallowed, so a grave censorship was enacted under the guise of honoring. Enchanters were tasked with extending the ethereal that hides the fade, drawing it around the form like a cloak. Our Lady remains in the stone and in this world, but mortal eyes are forever denied her treasure and glory. She is veiled in every sense. As in all things, unintended consequences must vex those with pure intentions. Modesty would have been better served by a thickened sheet, drawn back when the techniques were to be studied. As it is, the sculptor's skills are accessible only to an exploring touch, defining the shape by intimate caress. All manner of strange congress has stemmed from tempted hands, and the innocent wish for clarity, from art and shame, forbidden wonders of faith, I'll try my best at this, by Faucine de Petite Forêt. I believe that's how you say that, unless it's Petit Forêt. Translated by Philium Abard! Every time he signs his name with an exclamation mark. Because the codex entry just said that the only way anyone could see it is or could truly analyze it was by feeling it. So they can't see it, but they can grope it. It's so weird. That's funny. Please don't fondle her, Droste. Oh, wow. What's up? So I can see by your name.
Let me know what you'd like to purchase. Looking this dapper costs a lot of gold. Let me know what you'd
Oh. Okay, hold on. I think it says it. Hold on. Codex. No. Aha! Xenon, the Antiquarian. You received the invitation? Then you are fortunate indeed. Xenon is no ordinary man, as you will discover for yourself when you enter the Black Emporium. The item you'll see resting in the chair is not one of the displays. Rather, it is the proprietor. It may speak to you. That's Xenon, using the mystical bauble that has allowed him to communicate since he lost the power of speech. The story tells that Xenon was a Kirkwall nobleman in the Age of Steel, almost 300 years ago. Obsessed with the pursuit of eternal life, he made a deal with a powerful witch. Some say it was the legendary Antivan Witch of the Wares, and his wish was granted. He obtained eternal life, but not eternal youth. His body became decrepit, and he used his vast wealth to seek out ways to preserve it. Some were magical, many were dangerous, and almost all of them were unsuccessful. What remains is an immobile mass of twisted flesh, and I think Xenon's mind has slowly decayed along with his body. He hid away in the Undercity and has slowly amassed a collection that's sure to amaze. If he invited you, he thinks you have the coin he needs to further his search for a cure. Just don't think of stealing anything. The golem is not for show. Although you're free to look around the shop, I wouldn't suggest staying over long. You might be present for one of his baths his servant gives him hourly to keep his flesh from becoming completely desiccated. Trust me, you don't want that. From a letter of unknown origin, 849 of the Blessed Age. Oh, fair enough. Hold on, I'm gonna leave. It's probably about time for your bath, so I'm gonna head out. I'll come back later when I have money. That's Lowtown. Okay, that's how I get to Lowtown. I guess that's how I have to find Gamlen's house and the Hangman by foot. I could just go to the docks, but apparently there's nothing there right now, so there's no point. I'll go to Lowtown. Let's see what's down there, shall we? Ooh. The symbol was burning. That's not a good sign. Ooh, meat. I don't know what meat, but it's meat.
A Ferelden in the guard. What will they think of next?
You have a problem with that?
Me? My family's not native either. I'm just surprised. A lot of old prejudice in the guard.
I'll give them plenty of reason to change their minds.
You know, it's possible they're just scared shitless of you. That's my theory, anyway.
That's a solid theory. She is badass.
My. If it isn't Hawk.
Still up to old tricks, Elegant.
Lady Elegant, if you don't mind. I'm a married woman now. Last time we met, you were still in Athenral's employ. Things have been going well since then?
No complaints.
Could be better. Could be worse.
I often feel the same way. You may recall I sometimes provided potions for Athenral. I'd be willing to extend you the same courtesy if you like. All I ask is you inform me of any interesting reagents you find. In exchange, I'll approach my contacts on your behalf.
I would like
Of
that.
course, you'll need the appropriate recipes, such as this one. Free. For our
Right.
time's sake.
Recipes. I gotta go get that rune. Okay, hold on. Well, I gotta go get the rune before it becomes nightfall. Order potions. Do I have anything? I have found nothing. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I haven't left the city yet, so why would I find anything? Boop. Cool though. Cool. I'm gonna come back. While I'm still able to easily leave the area, I'm gonna leave the area. Back to Hightown. Gotta go talk to the rune guy and Worthy, that's it. I'm gonna go talk to Worthy. Who is right here?
So,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Okay, I got the Rune of Fortune recipe, but it needs 2 lyrium and 2 silverite. Okay.
what do you do, Aveline?
You know I'm a guard. Why are you asking?
Hold on.
Your off-duty hours.
Finish the conversation.
You've heard of it, I hope.
These are my duty hours.
And the trend of you scaring the piss out of me continues.
What do you do in your off-duty hours? I hunt horribly evil people who seek to ambush the common folk. That's your off-duty thing? Wow, what a hobby. Hunting evildoers. That's Aveline. She's also Kirkwall Batman.
For a mage, you mean?
I could also say for a but yes, for a mage.
A badly copied leaflet.
Why aren't you killing someone right now?
Fair point, but I can put my sword down.
Believe me, I have tried.
Kirkwall, Lowtown. Lowtown sits in a massive cauldron-shaped pit that was once Kirkwall's first quarry. The district was constructed by slaves who carved the city and its harbor out of the rock. Today, Lowtown is a labyrinth of shantytowns, corridors, and hexagonal courtyards. Hexes in the local parlance. Lowtown's poorest live in caves hewn out of the cliff face. The district is shoddily built and bears scars caused by the collapsing walls. Foundry smoke smothers the area. Only a cold winter storm clears the air. But the icy wind howling over the mouths of old mine shafts hardly counts as relief. Occasionally, these dark town shafts erupt with gouts of foul air known as choke damp. It's not uncommon to find whole slums silently suffocated, frozen in the midst of everyday activity. The walls surrounding Lowtown are highest by the harbor. Its busiest streets leads up to Hightown, where the wealthiest Kirkwallers perch. When one stands in Lowtown, all one sees, other than the rocky walls, is Hightown. It glitters overhead, always in sight, yet always beyond reach. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar, by brother Jenna TV. And there you can see Hightown, right up there. I came from there. A badly copied leaflet. Take back our streets! Ferelden refugees, Kunari soldiers, who next? Tevinter slavers snatching children out of their beds? This ends now! Send a message that Kirkwallers will not accept this! We must band together to drive foreign waste from our doorstep, reclaim the free marches for the marchers! If you care about our future, join the Friends of Kirkwall! Reclaim our city! There's a lot of exclamation marks. He sounds irritated. Maybe worse.
You won't find better prices.
Yeah, I will. I've found much cheaper than almost 3 sovereigns for a staff. You fight Mage Cowl. Well, I can get a cowl. I'm not a mage, but I can get a cowl. That she can't wear. Okay, ignore that. 53 silvers. I need silver. I need a lot of silver. Anything else I can sell? No, nothing to sell. Hello, Vincento. Thank you. I will investigate. Why do you sell this? No, that's me selling. Ugh, excuse me. That's my stuff. The Song of Sorrows. Have any? Nope. Still looking for armor upgrades for everyone else. Haven't found them. Okay. Whee!
Gather round, all. I bring you a priceless treasure from the highest heights of Mount Daverat.
There we go.
Travel. A pouch of Andraste's ashes. Verified by the scholar Genitivi. These ashes cure any ailment.
Wow.
Provides virility in more intimate matters.
It does not do that at all. It heals you. That's about it. Oh my gosh, it's a con, man. Well, I don't have any money to spend, but thank you for giving me the place to spend it. All my nothing. Okay, no backpacks. Okay, he only has weapons and nothing else. She has magic staves and amulets. That's cool. Ooh, potions. Gonna need to keep track of that. Runes, okay. I think... Okay.
Clear out, you charlatans.
Oh, I'm glad I stayed around. Hi, Sergeant Melindra.
Every coin those swindlers nab goes straight to the Carter's coffers.
The Carta. The castless dwarves of Orzammar have few prospects, consigned to live in a crumbling ruin on the social and economic fringes of the mighty dwarven capital. Most resort to begging, prostitution, or crime. Just as all rivers eventually join the sea, all castless who turn to crime eventually become part of the Carta. The hero of Ferelden decimated the ranks of this ancient gang while rallying the dwarves to join in the battle against the archdemon Urthemiel. Unable to recover the power they once had in Orzammar, they turned their attention topside, using groups of surface-dwelling dwarves to smuggle weapons, lyrium, surface luxuries, people, and other goods between Orzammar and the human lands. Despite the flow of business, its members are still desperate and violent. With no strong leader to rein in their excesses, they have little sense of dwarven honor, and freely break their word, double-cross allies, and renege on deals. From The Stone and Her Children, Dwarves of the Dragon Age, by Brother Genitivi. Man, he's branching out his... Ooh, Miracle Makers. Eliminate the Carta swindlers operating in Lowtown. Okay. So, Genitivi's branching out his books.
Spot in the whole city. The taverns in Hightown are all owned by the Merchants Guild.
Are they now? I can't have not in my party right now, because I only have 3 party members total. What's over here? Before I go down there, what's over here? I'm apparently not allowed to give you money. Any good armor? A Kirkwall shield. I know I can't. Wait. There it is! Found it. Okay, so I have to come here for Aveline's upgrade as soon as I possibly can. And I have to do that before progressing to Act 2, because otherwise that is lost to me forever. Spindleweed! I found some spindleweed. It's an old country saying that spindleweed grows best for the sorrowful. Verdant spindleweed in a household's garden has often brought neighbors offering consolation, usually without even asking what might be wrong. This originates from the plant's use as a seasoning for dishes meant to speed recovery of the infirm. Oh. A person who grows much of it is likely caring for the fatally ill. An excerpt from the Botanical Compendium by Ines Arancia, botanist. We met her in Awakening. Wait. This way. I'm not gonna find any fights right now because there are almost no fights in Lowtown during the day. I have to come back at night. So right now I'm safe to just wander. Isn't that up for you to decide? Why are you asking me? Alright, I'll go this way. My house is back there. Oh, the alienage. The City Elves, when the wholly exalted march of the Dales resulted in the dissolution of the Elven Kingdom, leaving a great many elves homeless once again, the divine Renata I declared that all lands loyal to the Chantry must give the elves refuge within their own walls. Considering the atrocities committed by the elves at Red Crossing, this was a great testament to the Chantry's charity. There was one condition, however. The elves were to lay aside their pagan gods and live under the rule of the Chantry. Some of the elves refused our goodwill. They banded together to form the Wandering Dalish Elves, keeping their old elven ways and their hatred of humans alive. To this day, Dalish Elves still terrorize those of us who stray too close to their camps. Most of the elves, however, saw that it was wisest to live under the protection of humans. Pretty egotistical. And so we took the elves into our cities and tried to integrate them. We invited them into our homes and gave them jobs as servants and farmhands. So generous, they were basically slaves without being slaves. Here in Denerim, the elves even have their own quarter, crammed in like sardines, governed by an elven keeper. Most have proven to be productive members of society. Still, a small segment of the elven community remains dissatisfied. These troublemakers and malcontents roam the streets, causing mayhem, rebelling against authority, and making a general nuisance of themselves. From Ferelden, Folklore and History by Sister Petrine, Chantry Scholar. Okay. What do we got? The Elven Alienage. I love that they have these codex points you just walk to and click on. It's easy to find them. Lowtown is home to a squalid elven alienage. Here, like in most Thedas alienages, elves are packed into tiny rundown apartments and effectively segregated from the human population. Kirkwall's alienage is even more dilapidated than the rest of Lowtown, but the elves go to great lengths, keeping the place looking bright and festive. The Vanadal, the Tree of the People, standing in the middle of the alienage, is a symbol for elven pride and shared cultural identity, and it is lovingly cared for. It's difficult to say if the elves would continue confining themselves to the alienage if they were given the chance to mingle. They may not admit it, but some feel that living among their kind is far better than living with humans, no matter how terrible alienage life may be. From In Pursuit of Knowledge, The Travels of a Chantry Scholar by Brother Genitivi. At least Brother Genitivi acknowledges, yeah, alienages are pretty terrible. They're pretty crumbling. Although, this is a nice looking one.
You kept my brother out far too late last night.
He's an adult now, isn't he? But I promise I'll be more careful.
I'm staying by to listen to conversations because I might be able to pick up a quest that way. Might. Big emphasis on might. Okay, I picked up an enchanting staff. Let's see, this is cold damage and bonus fire damage. That's weird. But it sounds pretty good for her. Ooh, it's really good for her. Because she has fire spell. She has fireball. So that would give fireball 11% more damage, while also doing cold damage on basic attacks. I like how they approach each other and have conversations. That's a pretty nice touch. It's these little things. I like that games do and game designers put into their games to make communities in the games feel organic and feel alive. Admittedly, coming up with a number of conversations is difficult. I wonder if they'll one day be able to...
No refunds on the ashes, friend.
I didn't buy any, but I will... No other way around it. I will fight you. You're kind of right outside my home. Hold up, I forgot to summon my dog. Come back, dog. Hold on, this is too easy. Hold on. I'm gonna regret this. I know I am. I know I'm going to regret this. Okay, we're going back to hard. There we go, stunned him. I'm trying to put off using my health potion as long as possible. She actually almost went down, and I can't have that. Nice! Nice! No one went down. That's perfect. I only used one health potion. Stalker boar hides. Ooh. Ah, man. Well, man. I can't wear that. I guess I'll just sell it. Which is a shame, because it's really great armor. But it's for rogues, not warriors. Ooh, health. I'll take health. Oh, thank goodness. Ooh, that's a nice rank belt. Just found it in a box. What's up here? Nothing. And over here? Also nothing. I didn't say anything about it. Thanks for making me feel bad about my home now. I'll save after now. Okay, let's see. I took care of those guys. Did I complete the quest? Uh-huh. Talk to Varric. I need to get 50 sovereigns. Go to Gamlen's in Lowtown. Well, I'm doing that. Companion quests. Well, it should be. Take Aveline. Oh, yeah, that's right. To find the ambush hiding along the paths of Sundermount. Whoo! It's a lot of premium content. Okay, home, 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 go home, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home. Go home, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home, go home. Let me guess, they're all go home. Yep, looks like all of them are go home and check something. Why am I still going through all this? I don't know. Wait, I saw something different. Go home. Remember the incident at Chateau Hain? Hain? There's a memento from that place in Gamlen's house. I don't know Chateau Haine. I don't know where that is. And duty. Okay. Prince of Ashton Vale is Starkhaven has offered a bounty on... Oh, search the Kirkwall docks at night for the Flint Company mercenaries. Go to Sundermount to find the Flint Company mercenaries, and go to the Wounded Coast to find the Flint Company mercenaries. I guess he just wants them dead. Cool. Gonna kill some mercs who committed murder. Because this guy wants vengeance. And I'm gonna be his sword, I guess. Puppy!
Hard to believe they left me nothing.
Well, Mother was pretty steamed when you ran off with your Ferelden apostate.
I'm still their daughter, their eldest.
That's interesting. Yeah, she is still very mad about that. It's been a year and she's still mad. I mean, I can't say she's not rightly mad. It's just interesting. Hawk, your year's up and you're free to go. Despite what you think, we had a good thing working together. I might pass along an opportunity or two, if you're willing to get your hands dirty. Stay safe. Athenril. Read it. Red. Greetings. You do not know who I am, but I have heard of you. I understand you might need items from my collection. Oh, this is, Xenon from the Black Emporium. As well as the means to obtain them. I do not extend this invitation to anyone. But you are not simply anyone, are you? Consider this an invitation to the Black Emporium. Enclosed are directions through the passages underneath the city, as is the charm to enter. If you give the charm to another, its permission will be immediately revoked, and the consequences will be unpleasant. Cool. Duty. I've already been to the Black Emporium, so I guess I'll have to go back again? To whomever elects to participate in the charitable deed of assisting the Vale family of Starkhaven. His Most Worthy Highness, Prince Sebastian Vale, has provided instructions for anyone brave and noble enough to attempt eradication of the rabble who dared attack his family. 3 groups of Flint Company mercenaries have been sighted in the Kirkwall vicinity. One group makes camp not far from the elves of the Sundermount at Mountain Range. The second has been seeking information on the docks after nightfall. The third is far from the main road, off the Wounded Coast. They are believed to have a small campsite, well past any known landmarks. A princely award awaits whoever finds and defeats all these rogues. May the Maker guide you. Chanter Talitha. I'm amazed the Chanter did that one. Storage! I will put... I don't want... Well, actually... Yeah, I will do that one. I'll keep these. I don't have a lot of space right now, so I do need to stash stuff. I'm pretty sure I cannot equip this ever, so I probably will be selling that at some point. I can wear this, though. I mean... If I get 1 more point of cunning, I think, maybe 2 more points of cunning, and some dexterity, I'd be wasting my points. So what am I thinking? Gloves, let's see, that's magic. I'm not going to be able to wear those either. Well, I got the Helm of Appreciation, at least. I'm going to have to sell these. Oh, man, I can't even sell these for a lot, so there's no point. I can sell that, though. But it's just so good! I'll hold on to this. I'm almost level 5. I think I'm level 4, so... The moment I become level 5, I'll gain a ring that gives me... Cunning... Actually, wait. Cunning, health, and damage resistance. Maybe I'll give that to... Varric. Quest completed, the Black Emporium. Whoa. Oh, right. This begins a quest. Special deliveries. Tomes. Allow Hawk to instantly learn abilities or improve attributes. Mortal Vessel, 1 or more attribute points, ability point. Okay, so... The Might of the Sten! Haha! It's Sten! Might of the Sten. A great sword. You're kidding me! Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. 20 damage. What's this? That's a longsword? Improves with level up. Improves with level up? Why don't I have a great sword that improves with level up? Why just Fade Shear? Holy crud. I'm sorry, how much stuff? Oh, dang. Okay. That's how much stuff there was. My inventory is now full. Holy cow. Attributes. Hmm. 66% attack. I need to get my attack, like... Because if I miss, it's not no damage. It's just... basically half damage or less damage. It says fraction damage. Fractional damage. I need to increase my attack so that I'm guaranteed to hit normal enemies. But at the rate I'm going to need a lot of attack. Okay, holy... What? Why? Why would you give me these? I don't have enough. Scythe. That's a cool ability. Okay, let's... Oh my gosh. Plus 10 health and 1 armor, or plus 3% physical damage. Plus 23 attack, plus 10% fire damage, plus 10% cold damage. Health regeneration, fire resistance, fire damage. Ooh. That's cool. Better equipment means it sells better too. I think I'll go with this. Ring of Unheeded Wisdom. Air of Confidence. Sure. Evra's Might. It just gave me a bunch of free equipment. This is insane. Plus 18 attack. 3% physical damage. The Ring of Resilience. Dexterity, stamina or mana regeneration rate, bonus to disarm. I know who I'm giving that to. Deep green. Oh my gosh, the Hawk family crest, 9 defense, immunity to knockback. Get rid of that. Take the Hawk family crest instead. The Ring of Whispers, Air of Confidence. Right. Cool. I can sell that, I guess, because I'm not gonna need that anymore. These are all gonna fall off eventually. They will. They everything just does. Oh my gosh, that's a great shield. Fade Shear is a long sword that improves with level up. I don't know how, but it does plus 10 to damage versus demons and undead. 20 physical damage and 2 rune slots, or 1 rune slot, 18 physical damage, plus 24 health and plus 24 mana and stamina, 5% chance to knock back. I think I'm going to save off on using the Might of the Sten for now, because I'm going to use that later when I get 2 runes I can actually put in it. But right now, this has more abilities, so it's more useful. Holy jeez! What am I wielding? That's a cool looking sword. Hater's Razor? That's an awesome looking sword. I almost didn't realize it was a sword at first. Plus 9 defense and 3 armor. I can't wear any other helmets. I might as well. Nice. The Helm of Appreciation. I need runes. Blood Dragon Gauntlets. I can wear those. All around better than the gauntlets I'm wearing. Boots of the Frozen Wastes. All around better than the boots I'm wearing. Oh, wait, or Blood Dragon Greaves. I want to wear the Blood Dragon Greaves, but the boots of the Frozen Wastes are better. I'll wear the Blood Dragon Greaves when I can actually wear an entire complete set of Blood Dragon armor. Did I get the... I got a couple... I have some runes. I can now equip them. I mean, the Might of the Sten only gives me plus 5% attack speed. You know what? I think I'll go with this. It's a cool looking sword too, so it's faster at attacking, and I can put 2 runes onto it once I get over to Sandal. Thank you. Oh my gosh. The chilling tales of Sir Isaac of Clark are a favorite of bards, performing in the wee hours of the night in dank taverns throughout Thedas. These horror-filled stories captivate listeners and bring nightmares to those faint of heart. Fashioned from the black steel of Kirkwall's infamous iron foundries, miners' safety harnesses, such as this one, have protected their hearty wearers since the days when the Devinter Imperium last claimed the City of Chains. There are more famous swords than you could count. No, there are more famous swords than you could count. There are helms beyond numbering, and there are breastplates, daggers, and even mystical footwear that roll immediately off the tongue. There are storied rings, gloves, and even bags invoked around the camp's common fire. But belts? There are very few noteworthy belts. It was here that the dwarf Thowlid Hammerspur decided he would make his mark. Here, he thought, between the tunic and the trousers, I will stake my claim. He was familiar with the state of the art, of course. As an artificer making a name for himself in Orzammar, he had access to the typically robust record-keeping of the forges. He knew of the drunkard's cinch and the paunch paw. But there was no poetry to them, no lineage. They were parlor tricks, the domain of hawkers and pawns. He wanted a belt whose buckle gleamed with purpose. But what purpose? He worked on it from time to time, waiting for inspiration to strike. In the meantime, he needed something to keep his pants above the knee, and though he might as well wear the... thought he might as well wear the damned thing. And he did so until, after an especially memorable night at Tapster's Tavern, he managed to fall into his own forge. Shoveling out his remains, they found among the gray ashes his belt, somehow mercifully preserved. What? That's horrifying! Hindsight is a belt possessed of a strange, slow intellect. Whatever would have killed the wearer does, and at that very moment the belt develops a resistance that would have saved its owner. No one knows how Thowlid managed this, and at this point it would be difficult to ask him. When the belt is held in the light just so, the leather reveals a grisly catalogue, etched in glinting lyrium. Thowlid Hammerspur, fire. Gorgut, the wizened, poison. Villarak, stabbed 43 times. Wow. Haliath, baronet, witches. It went on like this for many years until it fell into your possession. Your temporary possession. I've got to check out that belt hindsight. I think I have it equipped right now. Yeah. Boots of the Frozen Wastes. Temperatures in the Frozen Wastes can become perilously cold. The barbarians that live there favor boots like these to protect against frostbite. The barbarians, who are generally hospitable and friendly, often present these as gifts to travelers. Fadeshear, the core of this blade is old. As old as the first smiths who sought a way to battle the nightmares from the land beyond. It has fought the demonic hosts in countless battles. Sometimes it has been held high in triumphant victory. Other times it has lain broken beside its dying owner. But after every defeat, it has always been reclaimed, reforged, and made stronger. Fadeshear has passed through many hands before yours. Now it is your turn to make the demons of the Fade pay for crossing the veil into the waking world. Evra's might. When Evra gained notoriety by defeating the Blood Sisters of Venstel, he was wearing his signature ring. Although the massive size of the solid gold ring attracts attention, it served a more practical purpose for Evra. He used it to punch demons in the face, sometimes felling them in a single blow. That is awesome. Evra's trophy belt. This grisly belt is filled with monstrous teeth, chipped blades, scraps of fur, and armor fragments. Each piece is said to be a trophy collected by Evra during his many adventures. Dura's blue flame. This weathered silver amulet has passed through many hands over the years. A deep blue sapphire almost glows in a certain light. Although time has faded its intricate engravings, the amulet has a certain majesty about it. Hader's razor. Oh yeah, that sword I looked at, that was weird and freaky. In Kirkwall's seedier quarters, fortunes have been built on the slave trade. This ancient dwarven blade undoubtedly commanded a high price. But Hader could clearly afford it. Who says crime doesn't pay? Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled the Blight, this book of poems, The Far Cliffs of Kirkwall, describes her dreams of a new start in Kirkwall, the city across the sea. Readers will surely be enriched by her insights. Blood Dragon armor, commissioned by an infamous Navaran dragon hunter. This armor was crafted in a time when dragons had almost been hunted to extinction. Infused with the beast's blood, the armor gained notoriety after the hunter died at the hands of men rather than the dragons it was designed to protect them from. Yeah, kind of a moot point. It's like, I have armor to protect me from dragons. I'm a guy. Stab you in the back. Amulet of Ashes. A ruined piece of charred wood hangs from its setting of half-melted gold. Holding it over an open flame, however, reveals its powers. In the flickering flames, the gold recedes into some former shape, while the wood turns brown and reveals its grain. Interesting. Air of confidence. After averting a disaster at the Circle of Markham, Evra was given this ring by the first enchanter. Who is this Evra I keep encountering in these codices? Though the air of confidence is not as eye-catching as his other famous ring, it is said that Evra always wore it, even when sleeping. The exact magical properties of the air of confidence are a subject of much speculation amongst minstrels. Ivo family crest. Evolving over the years, the crest of House Ivo has become much more ornate than Paragon Ivo's original design. This ancient golden amulet bears the original crest. Though the engravings are simple, the stark lines are somehow deeply stirring. Simple yet powerful. The Lion of Orlais. At the height of the Summer War, all of Orlais was embroiled in fierce battles. Over the course of the war, dozens of contenders for the imperial throne emerged. Most long forgotten, except as footnotes in scholarly tomes. But everyone remembers the gallant young lord Emile Devereux, the Golden Prince. Thought outnumbered at every turn, he racked victory upon victory, culminating in the 7th Battle of Roses. While wearing this shield, he broke through his uncle's vanguard to win the day. He never knew the taste of defeat. instead meeting his end at the hands of a jealous lover in the dead of night. Wow. Poor guy. He did so well and then died to a jealous lover. So, somebody who was jealous of somebody he loved. Wasn't even like he was cheating necessarily. Weird. I think. If I've got that right. I could be wrong completely. I need to hear the full story. Of Things Not Lost. Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled the Blight, this book of poems describes her struggle to preserve her past and cling to the few physical mementos she'd brought with her into foreign lands. Readers will surely find this book enchanting. Lothering's Lament. Written by a Ferelden refugee as she fled the Blight, this book of poems contains touching reminiscences of all she had to leave behind. Readers will surely benefit from her experience. Staff of Parthalan. During the Exalted March, the Tevinter Imperium was in chaos. Magister Parthalan and 2 high-ranking magisters were sent to Kirkwall to put down the slave uprising before it spread to the entire empire. However, their legion never arrived at Kirkwall. No one knows what happened to the party, Magister Parthalan, or his fabled staff. Eerie. Order at that, order at that. Order at that. Already read all of these. Wait, the Adder of Antiva. These brightly painted bows are prized possessions among the Antivan pirates. A rain of arrows can clear the deck of an approaching ship and light fire to its sails. Apostate's courage. Among the Magi, some still whisper of Calith the Renegade. Seeking freedom from beneath the Templar's heel, he fled the Chantry with a cabal of his most loyal acolytes. They reached the mountains before the winter squalls and lived there as free men for one glorious season. The spring thaws brought a vast mercenary army, however, paid for and led by the Templar Order. Wanting to avoid bloodshed, Calith and his acolytes surrendered peaceably and allowed themselves to be made tranquil. Wow. That took a lot of courage. Dang. Poor people. This faceted iron ring pulses with a mysterious energy. As the beating of your heart increases, so does the intensity of its glow, the Ring of Resilience. Seeker's Bulwark. Emblazoned with the symbols of the Chantry Templars, and greatly scarred from use, this large iron shield bears an unseen weight. It has been warded against magic to better protect the Seekers who wield it in pursuit of apostate mages. Might of the Sten, the sword I currently have equipped. This heavy Kunari sword is exquisitely balanced. Although no nicks mar the edge, the bloodstains on the leather grip suggest that it has seen its share of battle. I wonder if this is actually Sten's sword. Duty, I've already read. Badly copied leaflet, I've already read. Crafting, let's see, gotta find them. Recipes cost money and can only be used if you've discovered the appropriate quantity of resources, using crafting stations to order unique items. Stations can be found, yada 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 yada. Here's how to craft. Cool. I can now use letters. Tomes. Alright. Inventory. Where are those books? I mean, seriously, where are those books? I have books, right? It said I have books. Oh my gosh, I have more belts. Everest Trophy Belt. The irons. Ooh, holy cow. Hindsight. Ooh, enemies drop better equipment. Enemies drop more coin. Aw, man. Better equipment, more coin, better equipment, more coin. You know what? I'm gonna put more coin on me. I'll put the better equipment on Varys. Not Varys. Varric. So it's hindsight will go on Varric. Immunity to flanking I can put on... Ooh, wait. I mean, Aveline already has immunity to flanking. If I give this to... tricky. The irons... It's a lot of belts. I guess I've already technically used those books. The Chevalier's estate. Oh, thank goodness. More things. Oh, fiddle faddle. I've already read that. The Farkless of Kirkwall. Beargrand the Bold. Beargrand the Bold was either a hero or a traitor, depending on how you look at it. Before exile was common among the dwarves, only the most heinous crimes warranted a dwarf being stripped of house and sent to the surface. Beargrand qualified as and was banished on accusations of regicide after killing a dwarven king on the Proving Sands. Beargrand spat on the assembly that pronounced his sentence before strapping on his armor and leaving Gundar. Living on the surface, Beargrand's incredible fighting skills, tactical knowledge, and intellect built a naval empire centered in what would one day be Antiva. His more enduring legacy was teaching human smiths, engineers, and other crafters jealously guarded dwarven secrets. Cursed by dwarves and hailed by humans, Beargrand became a figure of much controversy. As complicated as his life was, the story of Beargrand's armor is even more checkered. His armor has passed through many heroes' hands over the centuries. Despite the advantages it gave them, no hero using it ever survived to old age. I'm guessing they died of bravado. The Edge of Night. You've never seen a lad so taken with an axe. He carried one of the old sodding things with him wherever he went. Practicing day and night, he drove his mother to distraction. He did. Even... I'm not reading this with the right voice. He drove his mother to distraction, he did. Even when he was fully raised into the warrior caste, he refused proper weapons. Said he had the feel of an axe. And that's all he needed. Over the years, he spent a small fortune having smiths layer enchantments on him. Oh, how others would sneer at those ancient things. Well, they did until Beargrand lopped off King Jedric's head on the sands. Sad business, that. And Gundar was the poorer for it. And I'm not just talking about the king. From the Memories of Gundar, a collection of stories preserved by the Shaperate of the Lost Dwarven Kingdom. Hold on. Is that everything? I thought I got more stuff. Nope, no more. I guess I gotta actually pick them up to get the lore. I need a box. No, I don't. I need to stop out here and give them stuff. Come on, everybody. Out into Lowtown. It should drop me out right outside my home. That should give me the opportunity to... Yep, there it is. There's my home. Swap everyone's armor. No, weapons. Holy cow, they leveled up. Well, okay. Hold on. Attributes. Just cunning all the way. I'll do dexterity next. For him. I can do Bianca. I'll do Bianca. Hail of arrows. It's gonna be a lot of arrows. 10 damage every 1 second. For 4 seconds. So it's 40 damage. Okay. I like that. 40 AoE damage. You need strength. And constitution. Well, it's the earliest level you can grab anything. 7, 9... 7 it is! Let's max out this then. Assault. The warrior spins into a vicious assault that inflicts significant damage and often throws enemies back. I like that. 14 damage, 3 hits. Physical force times 2, 2 hits. 20 yeah, okay. That gets everyone off her back. And... yeah. Interesting you can't do anything with her yet. Like, in the first act entirely, there's no rivalry or friendship ability gain. Barrier. Telekinetic field repels significant damage. Ooh. She doesn't have a lot of health, so she really does need that. So it lasts 6 seconds. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Nice. 75% attack. That's good. And 131 damage. No. 41 damage. DPS. 131 is... I don't know. I don't know what that is. What is that number? Oh well, 131. Something. Whatever it is. Alright, let me deal with giving everybody everything. I will not be giving him a new weapon. He has Bianca, and that's all he needs. I said I was giving him hindsight, so I will. And... the deep green, because the enemies once again drop better equipment. And this would give him 1 cunning. This gives him dexterity. All attributes. That's cool. 1 cunning, 5 health, 2% damage resistance. 1 cunning, 1% attack speed. Enemies drop more coin. I'll take that. What's this? What goes here? Is that amulets? That's amulets. Okay, the Arlathan lowers threat generation. That's good on him. It's also good on mages, so I'm not sure yet. Hold on. Blue flame. More attack, cold and fire damage. 1 armor. Health regeneration, fire damage, and fire resistance. Ooh, stamina. Yeah, let's go with that. Okay. Next. Didn't I give you... I did give you cunning. Oh, right, that's another. There were 2 cunning rings. I forgot about that. All attributes and magic resistance. Yeah. Let's see. Trophy belt, physical damage, damage resistance, health generation. That could be useful for her. Yeah. Because she already has immunity to flanking. I don't need to worry about that on her. Health regeneration would be really great if she draws all the attack and can't die. So the Amulet of Ashes is good for her. The Irons is good on her. On Bethany. I want to give this... Oh, dang it. I forgot about that ring entirely. This ring. Right here. I'll swap this out with a deep green. Deep green does nature damage. Bonus healing to this character. Nature resistance. A chance of death blows. Wow. So I need to put this on someone who does a lot of it. Okay, it's going on her. And Unheeded Wisdom. I don't have any of the rings, so... She gets Cunning, Health, and Damage Resistance. Dora's Flame, Ivo Family Crest. 10 health and 1 armor, or 23 attack, fire damage, and cold damage. She can use the fire damage and cold damage. Okay. Can't use any of that. I have 5 gold? I need to go spend it. I can get like a backpack and some other stuff. I can get some stuff I actually need. More backpack space, more... Jeez, everything. Fire damage, Apostate's Courage, cold damage. Oh! I can sell the birch core and the enchanted staff now. I'll keep her with this one for now, because that's really nice, but the Apostate's Courage also comes in handy if I find things that are weak to frost. But I can sell all 3. No, wait. Gonna hold. I'll sell the birch core. I'll hold on to these other 2. Wait. Yeah, these other 2. Because... Let's see. Yeah, I'll sell the birch core. Yeah, I'll sell the birch core. Hold on to these 2, because I've got 2 more mages I've got to recruit. You... Fade Shear? Edge of Night. Attack speed, magic resistance, improves the level up, 5 damage, demons undead. Improves the level up, 10 damage is demon undead, 8 damage, 8 spirit damage. Oh, these... That's interesting. The Seeker's Bulwark. Or Courage. Seeker's Bulwark? 79 armor. Bonus to health, improves the level up. 8 armor. This is better right now, but apparently as I level up, Courage will get better. Plus 9 health, plus 5% damage resistance. Yeah. 9 health, 5% damage resistance, improves the level up. This is 8 armor and 6% magic resistance right now, plus a ton of other armor. Sell that shield, because that's just shield. Edge of Night would do spirit damage. Fade Shear does physical damage. Both do the same amount of damage. This improves the level up, though, as does this. Magic resistance and attack. I'll go with that. That's just better, apparently. And he has Bianca. I can't equip anything else on him but Bianca. Which is why you always level up Bianca on Varric, because you can't give him any of the weapons. Okay. I'll be back out to get more stuff in a minute. But first... Hey, puppy! I'll talk to you later. The Chevalier's estate... I'm just making sure that I've got... Aha! The Archon's Blades. The Archon's Guard of Hessarian are vilified throughout the lands. The chant depicts their cruel treatment of Andraste as one of the reasons the Maker turned his gaze from his creation. After Hessarian converted to Andraste's teachings, he disbanded his guard and stripped them of their arms. Most of the guard's swords were destroyed, but a handful of the Archon's blades are still around. Perhaps one of the blades here drew the prophet's blood, as the Archon interrogated Andraste before her execution. As one of the early rulers of contemporary Relay, Empress Genevieve I created many of the traditions and practices of the imperial court. She employed the bravest and most skilled swordsmen to her guard. The Empress's arm, one of the main predecessors of the Chevalier. Her guards were given a princely gift, an enchanted Dementor blade. These blades were named for the Empress's darker side. When rivals overstepped their bounds, Genevieve was always quick to make them see her point. It's a pun. The Golden Prince's raiment, tales of Emile Devereaux, flourish amongst the Orlesian peasants. The dashing Golden Prince was a populist who raised a huge army from his common subjects by promising reform for the aging empire. Although he never won his imperial coronet, Lord Emile captured the hearts and minds of generations of Orlesian dreamers while wearing this golden armor. It is said that as a young girl, even Empress Celeste was captivated by his stories. Cool. I got more stuff, guys. Barbarian Cash. Nope. Okay, let me, let's see, fire damage, yeah, this one, selling this. I'm gonna give this to Sebastian if I ever get the chance. Line overlay, shield, fade shear. Stashing this, the blade of the Archon. It's a great sword that's better than my sword, but can't wear... that's interesting. I can't put enchantments on it. The Empress's point. Ooh, that's so freaking strong. No wonder it requires level 17. Hater's Razor I can stash. I'll sell that. Chevalier's Reach I can... Nope, that goes on... Really? Chevalier's Reach? Well, that's kind of worthless. I'll stash it. It's one of the Avalin's restricted weapons. Line overlay. Is there anything I want to stash as opposed to sell? The shield I want to sell. The line overlay I'll keep. Courage. Willem's Bulwark. Stash the Blood Dragon armor for now. Jeez. Level 15, huh? Level 6. Can't wear this. I gotta look through these. Whatever I can't wear, I gotta stash immediately. Sell that. Stash that. I can actually wear that eventually, but I'm not the right level yet. Same for these. And these. Sell those. Blood Dragon. Sir Isaac's boots. Can't wear those. Huh. Helm of the Reborn. Golden... okay. The Ashen Cuirass. I can wear it. It has double the armor. Plus 2 strength. Plus 59 attack. Plus 8% critical chance. Plus 12% magic resistance. Heck yeah. I will be undefeatable. Because DLC. That's really the reason I'm going to be undefeatable. DLC. The Helm of the Exile is better than my Helm of Appreciation. And... Ooh, I gotta improve... Okay, hold on.
Here's something I found.
Alexa, stop. Cold Steel Gauntlets. No. Why are these great? I guess I could put runes on them. Huh. I can't wear them until I'm level 6, and I already have gauntlets that have better armor. Something's not right about that. The Gauntlets of Summer. That's cool. Oh, those are really nice. Those are better than the Exile's Gauntlets. Okay. Gauntlets of Summer. Oh, dang it. Dang it. I'm not equipping these. Gauntlets of some... man. I'm not the right level. Well, that explains why they're better than the gauntlets I have. Alright. I can't use that right now. I'm going to stash that. I wonder if I can put this really nice shield that it gives experience gain on Aveline. The Blade of the Archon. The Empress's Point. Sure. Dang it. I did it again. You know what? I'll wear the Blade of the Archon for now. Because it can't equip runes, and I don't have any runes equipped at the moment. I'll be equipping them soon. But right now I need to free up space. Just so much space I need to free up. Stash that. Anything with high level restrictions. This does fire damage. Okay. Higher level. No. That's soon, but this one's not. Nor is this. Nor is this. Nor is this. Nor is this. There we go. Stashing everything that I'm not going to be able to wear anytime soon. The Guardian's Weighted Backhander. Why were you not... Why was this not on you, Aveline? Or was it, and I just took it off of... No, you didn't have a ring. My gosh, immunity to crit hits improves a level up. I am putting this right on you. Let's see, swap out... Everest Might, yeah. Stash that. And that. Yes. Hold on. Alright, let's do this all again. Whew. I'll tell you what, getting started in this game usually takes a while, especially with all of these bonuses. Immunity flanking, I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to sell these two things. Guardian's Backhander, I need to give this to you, but I need to take off the... Oh, right. Hold on, I forgot that. Air of Confidence. I'll take off the Air of Confidence. 1 willpower and 7 health. 1 constitution. 23 attack. 3% attack speed. 6% damage resistance. Immunity to critical hits. Improves the level up. It gets better than it already is, which is insane. So there we go. There's hers. Armor. Nope. Weapons. Right. Hold on. Shields. No. She's good where she is right now. She can't equip the Lion of Orlais. She doesn't have enough strength. Although it is a great shield, so I'm going to hold on to the Lion of Orlais for when she has enough strength. In the meantime... Good as we are. Okay. And I once again have 24 spaces. Okay, I can stash some more stuff now. Hold on. Nah, I'm not gonna stash more weapons. I'm good there. Yeah. I've got more people to get. I'm gonna hold on to these. Actually, I should hold on to these two things as well. Just because I'm gonna run into people. Be able to give them to them. Barbarian cash. Take them all! I love that it's also giving me money. Look at this. Wait, no it's not. What was I thinking? Apparently it's not giving me money. The Dogs of War. That's not great at all. In fact, that's kind of terrible. Although it gets better, apparently. So, level up and see where that goes. Mountains. The Mountain Father's Haft. Also improves the level up. Hold on to that. What? Huh. Huh. That's a lot of stuff that's really high level. I cannot equip it. That's closer. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And... Yep. Really? I gotta put this on Aveline now, holy cow. The Royal Collection. Sure. I can't take any more. I noticed a belt that apparently is Aveline's. Whew. What did you spend today? Well, I explored Kirkwall and I inventory managed. I managed all my inventory. Holy cow. Where is it? Yep, here you go. The Pearl. Isabella. Isabella, Sebastian, Fenris. Restriction to me as a rogue. So I'm going to have to stash that completely. Because I don't think I can sell it for anything. Really. I don't know why they have a restriction. Garrett Hawk. It's like, come on, guys. Why would you put that restriction when you've already restricted all armor in the game to me? Okay, I didn't get anything that I can wear. Bard's Honor, dual weapon. Fiona, dual weapon. Archery. Okay. Oh man, I wish I had those backpacks. Okay. I'll stash these dual weapons. I'll stash the bow. I got these. Selling that. You know what? Everything I can't wear, I'm just gonna stash it. I need space. Can't wear that. Can't wear that. Can't wear that. McTier. Logan McTier? I'll be taking things out of my chest as I go on through the game. I'll hold on to all of these because, I mean, I'm gonna get more people I can put belts on and rings on. Alright, let's get full up again. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do. What happened? Refined Gentleman's Sash. Whom does this go on? Varric. Okay, well, I got him a sash. Take all of those. Take all that, and I'm full again. Ugh. Okay, might as well just go out here first before I worry about stashing things in my inventory. I admit, I didn't think that the DLC would give me this many things. Completely caught me by surprise. Isabella... Varric, Eye of the Bearded Dragon. That is a very, very nice thing. Okay. No. No. I'd lose the thing that gives me the enemies drop better equipment. Disappointing. I can put the rune on Bianca, though, for better equipment. Or is that better gold? No, that's a gold drop. That's right. Okay. 1 to all attributes. Critical chance. Critical damage. Damage resistance. Improves a level up. 5% magical resistance. Let's see how this gets better. Air of confidence. No. I won't. No. No. Okay. Okay, so Lost Memory is Fenris, the Pearl is Isabella, Sebastian gets the Light that Pierces, Fenris gets the Band of Emancipation, Isabella gets Lady's Choice, Sebastian gets the Adherence Belt. Sorry, I put weird emphasis on that. The Adherence Belt. I didn't bother checking everything else because I knew it. I basically got almost no weapon. I got one weapon. I got Freedom's Promise. Hood's Message to the King. I'll stash that, and that, and that, and... That's an axe. Crud. That's a single-handed weapon. Oh, well. Cry Havoc and Unleash the Dogs of War. This is the Dogs of War. It's a very weak Dogs of War. needs to get stronger. Might of the Sten. Okay, moving on. Restriction, nope. 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 I didn't do anything to get all these. These are things that can come in handy as well in other playthroughs with different classes. But they're not useful to me. Fenris, why am I doing this? Hold on to these. Wait. No, no. Okay, yes. Sure. Aldenon's vestments. To all appearances, he was a hedge wizard, hailing from the Frostbacks, perhaps Alamari, but from the Wildlands if so. Venerable, certainly worthy of respect, but not commanding it. When he stormed into my master's feast hall and offered his service in a resounding voice, there was laughter at his audacity. Several bondsmen offered to remove the miscreant, but before they could grab him, the mage lifted his staff, and the bondsman fell to the ground. Each time they stood, they slipped again, and their antics were met with laughter. Arl Tenador the Elder, who was not long for this world, demanded to know who this arrogant invader was. I am the beginning of the end. I am Luckbinder, Spellweaver, and the Keeper of Secrets. And I am here to build a kingdom. I am Aldenon the Wise, and if you haven't heard of me yet, never can you say the name again. His voice boomed, silencing all. His magic was potent, and the hall gave him a wary look. Tenador accepted him as his advisor that day. Then, when Tenador the Younger rose to his father's seat, he took Aldenon into service as well. I sat with the mage in many councils, and although his magecraft was greater than even the Tevinter Magisters, many believed his advice to be folly. He had little appreciation for the hard truths of our lands, they said. Compassion, mercy, justice, they matter not when Tyrn Simeon invades your land, subverts your nobles, and takes what's yours. He grew bitter and impatient with us and ours, and these sentiments were often returned. But others could see he had a vision of something better than the endless petty wars of Tyrns and Arls. When Arl Mirden besieged us, a youth named Calenhad was sent to meet the Asp. But all expected a treacherous end. Yet the boy returned to great acclaim, and announced there would be no terms. Aldenon was taken with the foolhardy honor the boy displayed, and seemed to awaken as from a dark dream. The mage told Tenador the Younger he would lend his aid for this battle, but after that he would serve another. Tenador accepted his resignation, with relief more than anything. By the end of the siege of the Western Hill, Arl Tenador was no more. It was Calenhad who defeated Mirden in single combat, and he became Tyrn Calenhad. Aldenon was named his chief advisor, from the recollections of Sir Devith, the banner knight of King Calenhad. Freedom's promise. As Calenhad grew into a man, one great contentious issue separated him from Aldenon, Calenhad's faith. As biddable as Calenhad was on some topics, never would he back down from matters of honor or Andraste. What Aldenon believed, only Aldenon knew. But he most certainly did not believe in the Maker. The friends' arguments grew only hotter as the years passed. But that aside, the union of Calenhad's peerless honor and Aldenon's ingenuity overcame every obstacle set before them. Rivals turned into friends. Treacheries were uncovered, and impossible battles won. But as we turned to Tyrn Simeon, no one rested easy. Tyrn Simeon's host outnumbered us many times over. He controlled the holy city of Denerim. Many great and terrible warriors had sworn him fealty. Aldenon conceived a plan to enlist strong allies, and Calenhad went into the Brazilian forest to make it so. But unbeknownst to the mage, Calenhad had made contact with the Chantry. When Calenhad returned at the head of the Ash Warriors as Aldenon expected, so as well did Templars and Circle Mages join our host. Aldenon was in a fury such as I've never seen. He wanted a kingdom of free men, of moral people, beholden to law, where a common man could tend his land safely and in peace. He lifted his staff, and his voice echoed through the halls, through the hills. A civilization cannot be civil if it condones the slavery of another. And that is what this circle is. But by accident of birth, those mages would be free to live, love, and die as they choose. The circles will break. If it be 1 year, a decade, a century, or beyond. Tyrants always fall, and the downtrodden always strive for freedom. Then Aldenon left, and although Lady Shayna slew Simeon that day, and Calenhad ruled a united kingdom, my liege was not the same without his mentor and friend. We live in the kingdom built on the dreams of two great friends, and we are all lessened by Aldenon's departure. From the Recollections of Sir Devith, Banner Knight of King Calenhad. Robes of the Pretender. As the Chantry's hold on the kingdom grew, and Aldenon's rebel mages were claimed one by one, the great Calenhad came to regret letting the circle form in his kingdom. Certainly he missed his old friend's counsel. And then Calenhad disappeared, leaving crown and kingdom to his unborn son. One story says he tracked down Martorell the Elusive, the only one of Aldenon's apprentices who was never captured. Calenhad managed what the Templars could not, and found the mage. He asked Martorell where Aldenon had fled to, but Martorell refused him. The next night the king asked again, and was again refused, so he began to tell Martorell his whole life's story. After a full week, the king reached the end of his tale, and Martorell heard the regret in the king's words. So the mage broke his solemn vow and told Calenhad where his old master had gone. Calenhad thanked him and left to find his truest friend. Whether Calenhad ever found Aldenon, what they said, and whether they made amends, only the Maker knows. But that's the last anyone ever saw our king. From a story told and retold many times by apprentices in the Circle Tower of Ferelden. Wisdom's Eye. Although his vestments are legendary, Aldenon also weaved many subtle and potent enchantments into his cap during the years he fought against the Circle Tower of Ferelden. He claimed he could use Wisdom's Eye to even see the future. Certainly the innumerable times he and the other rebel mages escaped Templars lend some credence to the claim. When Aldenon's band numbered fewer than the fingers of one hand, he donned his hat and meditated a full day. When he awoke, he said the Maker and the Circle had won, and he bade his apprentices run. He was never heard from again. Longbow of the Avars. Wow. We investigated the area as per your instruction. It seems Warden Fiona is correct. It was once a dwarven fortress that... I need a drink. Hold on. Throat getting dry. It's a lot of codex entries, but it's a lot of lore from all these DLC items. Dang. It was once a dwarven fortress that one of our scouts called Kul Baras. Regardless, it has fallen to ruin and the taint now. Despite Fiona's description, there were no darkspawn to be found. If they were ever present, they have since moved on. Which, if you ask me, seems highly unlikely. Her tales of this darkspawn who speaks must be a product of a fevered imagination. Ooh, the Darkspawn who speaks! Awakening, remember? There are no signs of a library in the fortress, nor any indication that the Grey Warden or King Merrick were here at all. Grey Wardens or King Merrick were here at all. One of my men did, however, find something in a section of the deep roads not far away, a longbow of Avar origin. Amid Darkspawn corpses, the age being hard to judge, considering how the creatures deteriorate, I suspect the bow belonged to Kel Ap Morgan, the warden who sacrificed himself to facilitate Fiona's escape. If so, he put up an impressive fight. We found no evidence of his body, sadly. I shall send you the bow, to you and Weishaupt, from a letter found on the body of a courier killed by bandits in the Enderfells in 920 Dragon Age. Bard's Honor. A curious thing, Perrin. I found the axe among Kaelin's belongings, wrapped in damask cloth, and initially I thought it might be another gift from that Elysian harlot. It was a pretty enough thing, and the markings on the blade certainly seemed imperial. I even went so far as to confront Kaelin with it, and do you know what he said? The axe was of personal importance to his father, so why was it buried with his ashes, I asked. Because my mother wouldn't have approved. I wondered if he was lying, but Kaelin's terrible at it. Huh. I did some digging, and are you aware there was an elven woman seen in Merrick's company shortly before the Battle of Riverdane? There was a rumor, I understand, that they were lovers, and that she was a bard. Was Merrick being blackmailed? I wonder if this has anything to do with that mysterious bequeathment of those elven families in Orlais. Of course, I had Kaelin dispose of the axe immediately. From a letter written by Queen Honora of Ferelden, 927 of the Dragon Age, shortly before the events of Dragon Age Origins. Arms of the Riverdane. The Battle of Riverdane is among the most famous in Ferelden's history. Fought at the onset of the Dragon Age in a bid to secure the country's independence from Orlesian rule. The Ferelden army was cobbled together from commoners and bands who had turned against the Orlesian usurper, King Megrin. Even so, under the leadership of Logain MacTyr, they scored an astounding victory against a large force of Chevalier, fording the River Dane. Afterwards, Logain was hailed as a Ferelden legend, and for a time, veterans of the battle enjoyed similar status. The soldiers' possessions became prized mementos, in particular the suits of armor belonging to those early supporters who joined Merrick after the death of his mother, Moira, the rebel queen. Folk tales suggest that the Maker's blessing lives on in the armor those brave allies wore on that fateful day. Duncan became Ferelden's commander of the Grey in 910 of the Dragon Age, assuming the mantle from Commander Pollara, under whom he had served since the Order's restoration in Ferelden. Pollara, who hailed from Antiva, had built an amiable relationship with King Kaelin. She overcame many of the objections of Tyrn Logain, who had argued strenuously against the Order returning. After all, the Wardens had attempted to overthrow the Ferelden throne centuries before. Soldier's Peak. When Pollara disappeared, perhaps recalled to Weishaupt, although none in Ferelden saw her leave, nor have seen her since, Duncan bequeathed to her son a silverite axe of great value. Duncan said he had wielded it in younger days, back when he had been a far different man. He'd named the axe Fiona, after a warden who inspired him, and suggested that the son ought to take similar inspiration from his mother. It's unknown what became of Pollara's son, other than that he fled Ferelden during the same blight in which Duncan perished. Tyrion Logain MacTyr was not born a nobleman. It's said his family descended from freeholders in the western Bannorn, a region known as Oswin. His father, Gareth, would have had no surname of his own. He likely would only have described himself as of Oswin, or Banashwin, as the region would have been known in the Old Tongue. The name MacTyr means son of the land. It was bestowed upon Logain by King Merrick after the Battle of Riverdane. The Ferelden people considered the name highly appropriate. To them, Tyrion Logain was a son of the entire nation, and he was famously said to have told a crowd that Ferelden would forever be part of his blood. After Logain's betrayal of King Kaelin at Ostagar in 930 Dragon Age, the general became as reviled as he had once been revered. His manse in Gwerin was looted, and many of his personal possessions stolen. Among them, the armor he wore at the Battle of Riverdane. That armor is said to have had special significance to the man. One peculiarity of the armor was a square of red silk pinned to one of the shoulder belts. For luck, Logain once explained. King Merrick's helm. Whew. These are longer. I'm used to the short ones. Jeez. King Merrick Theron, widely regarded as a hero by the Ferelden people for liberating the country from Orlesian rule, disappeared at sea while en route to Wycombe in 925 of the Dragon Age. He was to attend a gathering of the Marcher Lords in an attempt to forge a union in the north, and when he failed to appear, the Free Marches fell back into the petty squabbling that they are infamous for. Tyrion Logain spent almost 2 years searching for his lost friend, consuming much of the royal treasury and the majority of the Ferelden navy. The search was futile, and when Logain claimed that Orlais had purposefully sunk King Merrick's vessel in order to prevent Marcher unity, he was called off by his daughter, Queen Enora, and a united Bannorn. It was time to mourn the king, they said, and so, in 927, a massive state funeral was held in Denram's chantry. To this day, rumors insist that Merrick is still alive, perhaps held in an Orlesian prison somewhere. The lasting mystique has increased the value of his personal possessions, leading to the theft of several artifacts from the royal palace. Among these was the helmet said to have been worn by a young Merrick at the disastrous Battle of Westhill. The Black Fox's jerkin. Oh, the Black Fox from Awakening. During the merriest part of the night in any tavern in the lands, odds are good you'll hear one of the many tales of the Black Fox, a scoundrel and a hero. The Black Fox's misadventures took him and his band throughout Thedas. He's blamed for many thefts, a few murders, a revolution, and almost a kingdom-wide civil war, but every one of his deeds was designed to thwart tyranny and oppression. The final tale of the Black Fox tells of him and his band searching for the sunken city of the elves, deep in the forest of Arlathan, where he parted with his jerkin in a less than voluntary manner. Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't. Sorry, that wasn't the Black Fox. That was someone else. I forgot his name, though. He wields a rebel's bow, strung tight against heartwood, strained too far. It's a tension that can't last. But it doesn't have to, for the cause must be won or lost while passions still burn. It's a powerful template for revolution repeated many times across the Free Marches, but was it born on a battlefield or in rhetoric? The message to the king is where the stories usually diverge. Sometimes it's a plea for liberty taken to a tyrant's heart by the point of an arrow. More often it's carried in the clatter of sacrifice, as weapons fall to a courtyard's cobbles. It depends on the audience. The young like their victories sudden and violent, while the old prefer something more cautionary. It may be that that hood is not so much a person as a tactic. ushered to far horizons or the grave's embrace in order to protect conspirators. After all, how many deaths can he claim when one is the typical limit for a common man? But the tales return time and again, across leagues and centuries. At a certain point, one hopes the name is symbolic, because allying with such a power would bring its own problems and debts. From Rebels of the Marches, Allegory and Rebellion, forward by Philium, a bard! Jarvia's Shank. Jarvia. Oh, right, Jarvia. I thought that name sounded familiar. When the Karja crime boss, Barat, fell, his lover Jarvia fought off rivals, planting this shank in each of their hearts before she emerged as the group's undisputed leader. For years, Jarvia used a mix of brutality, cunning, and blackmail to grow the Karja's power until it threatened the Diamond Quarter itself. When King Endrin Idugan died, some whispered that Jarvia planned to force the assembly to recognize the rights of dusters in Orzammar. Others said she planned to overthrow the nobles entirely. The truth will never be known, though. She was killed in cold blood by the hero of Relden. It wasn't... Well, okay, I invaded her place. I was told to do it, okay? And if I didn't do it, I wouldn't have united Orzammar. I didn't have much of a choice. Seriously, the game doesn't give you a choice. I think whether you side with Idukan, Balin, or with the other guy, both of them asked you to go after Jarvia. Foiled at every turn by the infamous outlaw Lady Rosamund, the ever-present Tyrn Loghain fielded an army to chase the bandit through the Kakari wilds. Eventually, she was captured near Barshamp. Bound, gagged, and in chains, she still managed to escape on the first night using thieves' tools concealed in these gloves. To this day, there is an unclaimed bounty on her head of 1,000 sovereigns. I gotta find her. It's easy money right there. Strangest suit I ever made. Strangest suit I ever made? The scale for that fool rascal, no second thought needed. I'm gonna try this again. Strangest suit I ever made? The scale for that fool rascal, no second thought needed. A project I wanted to try for years. Obvious, given my name, right? But I could never find a fool to wear his wealth as protection. This one, though, was daft as any surfacer and was paying 2 coins for each that I hammered. And that buys a smile and nod for any idiot. I guess he's something of a name in his own lands, this rascal. So I can't really question. But I did my best, like always. Damn delirium weave left my fingers numb, though. No sword will get through that, I guarantee. But I'll bet his children are born pale. Because too much lyrium. From Tales of the Craft, Masters of Their Own Words, a record of Dwarven Smithwork Guild Archive. The Rascal's Scale, huh? Hold on. Was that everything? Nope, that was not. The Ashen Cuirass. The charge of the Ash Warriors is a sight to behold, with hounds at their side and the fierce battle cries. The Ash Warriors have buckled the ranks of even stalwart veterans. And if the enemy line does hold, then the true test begins. Quill and ink is a poor medium to convey the sheer power of their rages. Despite the Ash Warriors' renown, several misconceptions persist. Some believe the mercenaries are predominantly Avar or chastened tribesmen. Certainly their armor evokes barbarian roots, but the men and women of the Ash Warriors are almost entirely civilized. In my travels, as chronicler and surgeon, I spent several months with the Ash Warriors. Although finding any willing to speak of their history was difficult, the stories I gradually elicited were chilling tales of hard men. One was an arsonist who joined the Ash Warriors on the gallows. Another had committed fratricide, killing a brother. And another's dire past I dare not recount. In joining the Ash Warriors, their crimes were forgiven, for it was as if they were never born. Oh, it's the human version of the Legion of the Dead. Interesting. Even in legal records, their old life is erased. Contracts voided. Marriages annulled. Records of birth erased. In this, they are much like the Dwarven Legion of the Dead. Their new lives are dedicated to redemption and service. My first night with the band, I was startled when they asked me to sing a few verses from the Chant of Light. Grim to a man and fearsomely garbed, yet they were as eager to hear the chant as the most faithful parishioner. I felt as the first missionaries must have, surrounded by barbarians. The more I learned of the Ash Warriors, the more questions I had. They are mercenaries who demand no pay, men with no pasts, considered the king's men yet beholden to none. I could have traveled with them for many years and still had mysteries to uncover. From Annals of the Scarlet March, by Brother Badine, Chantry Scholar. The Dogs of War, and the Velkorminth swung his mighty hammer. And then Velkorminth swung his mighty hammer, and the blow tore the Alamari band's head clean off. He lay crumpled beneath the war leader, and Velkorminth did shout, "You canine lovers, who do you think you canine lovers, you who think you can defeat me, stand before me and my dogs. They are the dogs of war!" He planted his blood-soaked hammer in the earth, and his enemies did quiver. But victory would not go to the Chastened that day, for Hafter approached and intoned, "I am Hafter, slayer of Darkspawn, leader of the Alamari. No dog nor wolf alive frightens me." And so they traded blows for 3 days and 3 nights. Bruised, bloodied, and tired they grew. It was after 1,000 blows that Hafter's blade, Usaris, I remember Usaris, found Velkorminth's heart. Then Hafter spake, "I banish the Chastened from these plains. I have taken the greatest of your men from you, and claimed his weapon as my own. If ever you rise against me or my sons, we will take more than that." And so to this very day, the Chastened never venture far from their wilds, and the children of Hafter still hold our lands free. From Tales of the Alamari, author unknown. Hauberk of Gelganig the Faithful. Not all of the Alamari tribes flocked to Andraste, especially on the borders of the Kukari wilds. Her words found scant purchase. Decades after her death, many Alamari held true to the gods of their ancestors. Missionaries braved these hard lands, only to become martyrs of the faith. And so it was until the Alamari were embroiled in a bitter war for survival against the Chasens and the Vars, when the leader of the Ash Warriors, Gelganig, received a vision from Andraste. The charismatic barbarian traveled throughout Ferelden, telling his tale and unifying the fractious bands around the word of the Maker. The Ash Warriors, ever since, have been fervent in their faith to the Maker. To the Ash Warriors, Gelganig's armor is a religious relic, but it was lost in the Navaran campaign of 869 of the Blessed Age. Interesting, no one ever mentions this guy, Hauberk of Gelganig. Apparently he also was a prophet. Or at least someone who received a vision. Oops. The Frostbacks run red with the barbarian blood. We found their sacred caves and claimed their most holy relics. When the soldiers came out of the mountain cave and brandished this weapon, the Avars rose up in a mighty furor. We had to put down every man, woman, and child. It was as if they'd gone rabid. Before they perished, their witch-woman pronounced a curse so vile and treasonous. 3 soldiers had to be whipped to re-establish discipline. Our guide says this axe is a sacred weapon, a weapon of the gods. We plan to march further than the mountains to defeat the last of the tribes. Surely there cannot be more than 1,000 left. I have every confidence that by next spring these barbarians will plague us no more. Then we can turn our attention fully to the Chastened and Alamari. Although this axe may look crude, I assure you that it is of enormous importance to these backwards people. Consider it the first spoils of many. Last letter to Magister Telerio from the first Tevinter expedition against the Avars, 483 of the Tevinter era. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like, haha, we've got this! That was the last letter he sent. Something tells me he died. Got a hunch. It's a sort of nugget in my gut that says, nah, he dead. Willem's bulwark. From the fair and deadly Lady Shayna to his faithful squire Sir Tillers, much is known of the companions of Calenad, the first king of United Ferelden, but seldom do bards recount tales of Willem, Halfir, and the Ash Warriors. While noble Calenad was trying to assemble a nation, he found himself greatly outnumbered by Tyrn Simeon's forces. It seemed a foregone conclusion that Calenad would fall, but on the advice of Aldanon the Wise, Calenad ventured deep into the Brazilian forest in search of allies. Those woods have a fearsome reputation. And after a fortnight of waiting for their liege to re-emerge, his men lost hope. And then Calenad returned with Willem Halfir. It looks like Half-Fear. Wait. Oh, okay, it's not Halfir. It's Willem Half-Ear. I get it. That needs a hyphen in there. With Willem Half-Ear by his side, and the Ash Warriors behind him. Although the Ash Warriors' numbers were relatively few, they turned the tide in the Battle of the White Valley. Half-Ear and his men breached the enemy's van, allowing Calenad and Lady Shayna to kill Tyrn Simeon and unite the land. Sitting at the Ash Warriors' campfire, listening to them tell of the prowess of Willem Half-Ear, it has become clear to me that his role in the formation of our kingdom is greatly underestimated. From Annals of the Scarlet March by Brother Badine, Chantry Scholar. Okay, that's everything from the items. Nothing left on creatures for now. Places? Done there. Lore. Lore is done. Characters. Okay, that's done for now. Okay. The cardinal rules of magic. You must not be under the misimpression that magic is all-powerful. There are limits, and not even the greatest mages may overcome them. No one, for instance, has found any means of traveling, either over great distances or small ones, beyond putting one foot in front of the other. The immutable nature of the physical world prevents this, so no, you may not simply pop over to Manrathus to borrow a cup of sugar, nor may you magic the essay you forgot in the apprentice dormitory to your desk. You will simply have to be prepared. Similarly, even when you send your mind into the Fade, your body remains behind. Only once has this barrier been overcome, and reputedly, the spell required 2/3 of delirium in the Tevinter Imperium, as well as the lifeblood of several hundred slaves. The results were utterly disastrous. Finally, life is finite. A truly great healer may bring someone back from the very precipice of death, when breath and heartbeat have ceased, but the spirit still clings to life. But once the spirit has fled the body, it cannot be recalled. There is no failing of your skills or power. It is simply reality. From the lectures of the first enchanter, Wenceslas. Hey guys, guess what? More codex. The long trek. Malcolm would never tell his wife or young children where he was from. It was a bloody tale that forever gave him nightmares. When their love was still fresh, Leandra once pressed him on the subject. All he would say is, freedom's price is never cheap. But that was 100 leagues and a lifetime ago. His haunted gaze lingered on his favorite boots, and he would say no more. The long trek. The fugitive's mantle. Malcolm Hawke ranged the breadth of the free marches as he ran... Wait, is this... Oh, Malcolm. Oh, it's my dad. It's our dad, yeah. It's Garrett Hawke's dad. He often posed as a mercenary. And his substantial martial skills easily secured him positions in different bands. On one assignment, for the Crimson Oars, he was sent to Kirkwall, the seat of Templar power in the region. He had every intention of staying there briefly, but fate had other plans. Malcolm's bequest. In Kirkwall, Malcolm met Leandra, and despite all common sense, courted her. The few times Leandra managed to slip away from her family, Malcolm showed her a whole new world, something completely different than her cloistered existence. It was dangerous, forbidden, and she quickly fell madly in love with the dashing Malcolm Hawke. These stolen moments would end all too soon. One day, while fighting the Carta on the docks, Malcolm used magic to save the life of the Crimson Oars leader. The Kirkwall Templars were alerted, but Malcolm wouldn't flee the city without seeing his love one last time. Hold on, I zoned out there. One day, while fighting the Carta on the docks, Malcolm used magic to save the life of the Crimson Oars leader. The Kirkwall Templars were alerted, but Malcolm wouldn't flee the city without seeing his love one last time. He devised to meet her at the masked ball for the visiting Orlesian Empress. That was risky. Disguised in Orlesian robes, Malcolm slipped past the Templars to dance with his love. At the end of the night, Leandra would not hear his goodbyes, and chanced at happiness rather than face her gray, prearranged future. Malcolm and Leandra ran into the night and never looked back. Aw. Forbidden love. Forbidden simply because her parents didn't want her to love him. Because he was a mercenary, and she was royalty. Well, nobility. I can't say royalty, but nobility. Okay, what do I have? What do I have? Emancipation, Lady's Choice, Bethany, Grandmother Mel's Wedding Band. Bastion, Anders. I really didn't get much new. I got a ring I can give to her. Got all of these that I'm not able to wear. Mage. Okay. A lot of mage armor. I can't wear any of it. Because I'm not a mage. In case that wasn't obvious. Man, that's a lot of mage armor. It's cool, but I mean, I can't use it. Malcolm's Honor. Ooh, I can give that to Bethany. Let me the last thing. I'm not touching those idols back there. They start quests that I'll do that when I get back. Man, I should have stopped this a while ago. Holy cow, I'm still going with more and more stuff. No new here. Orlesian silk boots. I can't. Anything new? Anders. Sebastian. Inner Eye is Meryl. Hey, there's Meryl. Bethany. Bethany, Anders, Merrill, Fenris. Whoo, that's a lot of stuff. Hold on. Wait, no. Okay. I'm almost done. I really am. I finally picked up everything. I've stashed everything I can. I just need to go here. I'm gonna pick up tomorrow. I'm gonna put the Bethany things on Bethany. Okay, hold on. Bethany things on Bethany. Malcolm's Honor does spirit damage, so I want to hold on to that anyway. Not as much damage, so it needs to level up in power. 9% critical chance, 10 minutes, stamina regeneration, improves with level up, plus 10 damage. Okay, yeah. Hold on to this. That'll add spirit damage to everybody. That has fire damage, that has cold damage. But we have, not these. Arlathan. No. Private Memento. Willpower, fire damage, cold damage, magic resistance, and improves the level up. Yes. After that, there's Grandmother Amel's Wedding Band. Yeah. Ring of Unheeded Wisdom. Hold on. That one. There we go. Magic, spirit damage, healing by this character. She doesn't have... It wants me to give her heal. I mean, I could go to the Black Emporium and get the stuff that lets me redo. He sells, like, a lot of it. So I could respec her. Okay. I'll probably do that eventually. Not right now, obviously. And tomorrow I'm going to be going around shopping, getting backpacks and things. I need to get my stuff together. I'll explore later. I'll explore tomorrow. Did I get it all? Oh, I got it all. Awesome. I will investigate these tomorrow. But right now, I need to call it a day. I've gone way over my time. Like, super over. Hold on. No, wait, no. Journal. Codex. I picked up more things. I just want to make sure I got it all. Yep, that's that. Lore. Aha! I already read that. Okay. Characters? Letters and notes. No. Art of War. Nope. Art of War, written by Sun Tzu. Yes, we're done. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the beautiful audience you've been. This has gone way over. I have accomplished so much codex reading that my throat is getting hoarse. I've been reading for 4 hours straight almost. So, I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. I hope you have a great, beautiful day. You are all beautiful people, and I will see you then. Peace out. Bye-bye.